Hello and welcome to the Match of the Millennials, which is kicking off our Summer of Chess here in St. Louis. We are past the midway point in this match, and it is not looking good for Team USA.
Yeah, not so much. Some of the juniors here in our tournament had already played in the first tournament here of the Summer of Chess at the Junior Championship, but of course here, USA is not doing very well. We expected this domination in the under-17, where we are hitting hard with World Junior Champion Jeffrey Zhang with Sam Sevian, who's the Continental Champion. But look at these numbers. They're just not up there.
That's right. We are 4 points behind is Team USA, and there is only 3 rounds left to play here. So, of course, 20 points to play with, but still a very big advantage.
It's definitely a big deficit going into the last 3 rounds of the event. Team USA doesn't have that much time left. They need to start scoring very important wins. They didn't score a single victory in today's round in the morning.
That's right. It's go time for Team USA. And let's take a look and review our tournament format. Well, it's a double Scheveningen, which means that each player on the Team USA plays each player on Team World twice with each color. Of course, there are also alternates. There are 5 players for World and US, so this is not a perfect formula, but it's pretty much how it works. The time control is classical, but without that extra time that you would normally get on Move 40. So it's game in 90 minutes with a 30-second increment throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it definitely makes the game a little bit faster. Time pressure comes a little sooner, and therefore time management becomes even much more important than the usual 90 plus 30 plus 30 that they're used to in most tournaments.
Now, you mentioned we didn't win a game this morning, but it's actually the under-14s where the U.S. players are outrated. So that is what we got in store for us tonight. And Maurice, what are your thoughts?
Well, the under-14s actually for the U.S. squad is holding up quite well. They could have been getting demolished at this stage, but due to some erratic play on the part of the world players and some tenacious defense by the young U.S. players, they've only kept it to 1 single point deficit. Carissa Yip, boy, she has been the ultra marathoner in this tournament. She has played 212 moves in 2 games. And winning 1, losing the other. She has got the best record along with Marta Samadashvili. Martha having won a game on time so far. So these 2 ladies leading the under-14 team. As you see, the youngsters, not Awanda Liang and Andrew Hong, not winning any games so far. So their performance not great. Of course, on the other side, if they're not doing great, then the other side must be doing well. And that's young BB right there at the top with a 2-0 score, leading the rest of the pack as they will try to extend their dominance in that section. But it's the pairings now. It's do or die for the U.S. They've got to get it done. And starting with this man, Sam Sevian, he won his first 2 games, but hasn't been able to win a single game since. In fact, he has actually lost the game as well. And he'll be playing the top-rated player on the other team, on the world team, Haik Martirosyan, who won a game today. Big upset against Jeffrey Zhang. So that will be a key matchup in the game today. And Jeffrey losing a heartbreaker today. Some people think there was no way he could have lost the game, but instead he lost. He has a result that is not befitting a world junior champion at this moment, and will have his hands full against Andrei Esipenko of Russia, who has won 2 games and has really been playing contentious chess. Fine style for him. Watch out for this big matchup. And in the under-14s, Awanda Liang, he hasn't won either, but he hasn't lost. 2 draws. Very talented young player, our newest GM-elect, but he's facing off against a very talented Pragananda Ravesh Babu, who hasn't lost either but hasn't won. So both of these players looking for their first victory. Will they be able to pull it off in this round? And another key matchup, as we mentioned, Carissa Yip, the darling, who has been playing all kinds of moves, keeping us here late into the night, past her bedtime. But she is definitely a warrior. She will have her hands full. Bibisara Asabayeva, who has won 2 games and defeated Carissa so far in the competition in one of those ultra marathoners. Will it be revenge on the mind of the American, as they're going to need points? They're down 4 points they've got to get it done this round. It's got to start now, or else the competition could literally be over today, virtually, mathematically. Well, maybe not mathematically, but just practically. If they don't get it done, Team USA, we'll see what happens in the next few minutes.
Yeah, the exciting thing here is that this might actually affect the opening choices and some of the middle game play for Team USA. And this is, I think, where we might start to see those alterations as the team captains realize it's do or die.
Well, it's close to that, definitely, especially with the white pieces. You really want to go for broke in certain games. I think especially when you look in the under-17 section at Sam's game, he's playing against a tough opponent, so he probably, okay, he wants to hold there with the black pieces. But with the white pieces, you're looking at John Michael Burke. He's had a really bad tournament, 2 tough losses, both of them with the white pieces. He needs to score with white. Same with Carissa. Carissa, yes, she's playing against an extremely talented player, but she's white. She needs to grab that advantage from the opening, nurture it, and try to win.
That's right. And meanwhile, that Wanderleong Pragananda game is one that I'm really keeping my eye on. 2 of the biggest stars in the competition. And,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
A big opportunity for Leong to, he's fought back from 2 games where he was worse and scored 2 draws, but maybe this is his time to win.
Well, one would hope so. I mean, he's, again, white pieces. He's a full grandmaster. He's playing against a player that, as resourceful as he is, he's still inexperienced. He's still not a full grandmaster. And yes, he's extremely talented. But I wonder, is white? He's very dangerous when he gets the type of positions that he likes. He proved it at the U.S. Junior Championship that he can win on demand. And right now, we need a point.
That's right.
By the way, I should point out, when you're in the deficit, a big deficit like the U.S. team is right now, you can't think about getting it all back in one go. Let's just go for broke, all guns blazing, let's see what happens, because that could be a true disaster where you go from -4 to -6, 7, or 8. So it's not time to burn all your bridges. It's like when you're down in basketball, a team's down 20 points. The first thing the coach says is, let's get it down to 10. Let's just see if we can cut it in half. And if the U.S. can score just +2 this round, it'll be a much more manageable situation going into tomorrow. And I think that's all they should be looking for. Of course, the other team is looking to put the foot on the neck. But it's one thing, when you're leading, sometimes you relax. Even the professionals getting paid millions of dollars in sports, when they're leading big, they relax. And hopefully for the U.S., that happens in this round, as the world team can feel very confident the way they're handling things. As the U.S. team's in a little bit of crisis, there Jeffrey Zhang trying to get his game face on and get together. Young Bibi, she's just been a fighter all throughout. Just absolutely impressive, this young player. And we're going to see if there are any chinks in the world armor today.
Yeah, I really liked what Tatev said earlier in the commentary. She was mentioning having to recover from a win. And this is something that you were mentioning. When you're ahead, when you just win a game, you have to make yourself in the mindset of, yes, that was a nice game, but this is going to be the next one. I need to recover. And I think that Haik Martirosyan proved excellently that he can recover from a tough blunder. That horrible, horrible game he had against Nicholas Cheka a couple of rounds ago. He recovered and actually managed to defeat, with the black pieces, the top-rated player in the world in the 16-year-old category, Jeffrey Zhang. And can he recover, as Tatev says, from a win and have his game face on as he has another tough opponent here tonight?
That's right, that E5 move where he managed to break through and win that endgame. Very impressive indeed. Yeah, winner's tilt, we call it in poker. When you're actually tilting from winning, you start playing too aggressively and assume that you're just going to keep winning even without a maximum effort. So, big day here for the U.S. team as we see the players arriving for the board. And I kind of love seeing their game faces turn on. Yeah. It's a lot of fun to see Cecilia Wanderleong and Sam Sevian. We've got lots of great photos of these players up on both the Twitter feed and also on the website of the St. Louis Chess Club.
It's a big sign to me of a talented youngster when you first start learning chess, how they act when they're playing. You can just see it in the demeanor of a young talent. When they're sitting at a board and as the handshakes start, how serious they are, how professional. You just look at some of these youngsters here as they sit in the intensity of the stare. They probably had this 5 years ago when they were just starting out, yeah, they were playful around the board, but when it turned game time, it was time to push pawns, drop pieces on the board. They're serious. They're deadly serious, and they'll mate you. These kids are not playing. They will checkmate you in a blink.
No, definitely. Okay, we have a few moves here as the openings are starting to heat up. Jen, where should we start?
Well, let's start out with the aforementioned game with the Indian star and Awander Leon.
Right. Awander's been an E4 player for basically his entire career. He's dabbled with D4 and Knight of 3 here and there, but E4 you can almost always be sure is going to be in his agenda. He very rarely deviates, and this is not going to be an exception. We're going to have a mainline Spanish after bishop B5, A6, and bishop A4. For some reason, to me perhaps a little bit surprising, at the younger level I don't see many Berlins. Perhaps coaches are following that advice that Maurice has given to not go into this forced variations into this end games and instead try to enjoy the richness of certain positions, especially in the Spanish. And they don't really play a lot of Berlin in the young youth levels. I haven't ever seen it, for example, at the World Youth or at the World Junior. It's kind of a rare opening at this age. And
Does that truly surprise you? I mean, kids notoriously don't like endgames as much as veteran players.
But they like following the stars, and everybody
True.
at the top is playing the Berlin. Usually when at the top you have a fashion, it kind of permeates down to the lower boards, especially the youngsters. For example, I played the Sveshnikov because when I was breaking into the Grandmaster circles, Leko played the Sveshnikov, Shirov played the Sveshnikov, Sparov used it a couple of times, everybody was using it. That was the fashionable thing to do. Whereas nowadays, the clear fashion is the Berlin, but you don't really see it in this tournament. I haven't seen a single Berlin.
But the Sveshnikov is fun.
That's
I mean,
true.
that's something that looked crazy, and black wins some interesting games from time to time. But the Berlin?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, kids are falling asleep looking at that opening.
I think the coaches are making the right decision there. Let's not try to steer them astray.
And let's see, we actually have a very interesting deviation early on in the opening between Awander Liang and Ramesh Pragananda. This move, an early b5 and bishop b7, is not considered to be by any stretch of the imagination the main line of the Spanish, of course, which starts with bishop b7 and now either rook e1 or d3. Rook e1, let's say b5 here, and castle, which we already saw in a game of John Michael Burke in this tournament leading into the Marshall Gambit, or d6 that we saw earlier today in another one of the Spanish games. So this idea of a very quick bishop b7 is still within the realm of theory, one of the many interesting alternatives that black can bring to the table, but of course, far cry from being the main line. One of the big reasons that black shies away from this variation is because of the move d3. Instead of putting the rook on e1 and hoping for an early c3 and d4, you put the pawn on d3 and immediately play against any potential power of the bishop on b7. It seems like both players are pretty aware of the plans here in the position as after d3. They keep playing pretty quickly. And you notice that White's going to continue maneuvering knight f1, knight g3. He might play c3 at some point, but the move d4 is not going to come anytime soon.
Indeed, and we do have that move that you mentioned, knight d2 on the board. And now let's take a look at some of the girls' games, because those are going to be very crucial here, as those are the boards that were most outrated. So we really, if U.S. wants to get back into this match, it's very important to hold at least one of those boards.
And they've done so well. I believe the girls are at 50%, if I'm not mistaken.
They are at 50%. Yeah, I mean, that marathon win by Carissa Yip last night, 112 moves, was the one that really kept the U.S.'s chances alive. And let's see if she can continue to do that.
We have yet another Spanish on the board. This one is going to be with the early d3. Notice that in the other case, they castled before playing d3, which changes the opportunities that black has in this kind of situations. After d3, b5, bishop b3, we have a different kind of scenario than what we would have if white had castled first. One of the key differences here is that there's a much earlier a4 without having to worry about a quick knight takes c4 and some variations. Also the move b5, I don't quite remember if b5 was terribly precise in this exact moment. The move d3 has definitely fallen out of fashion compared to castling bishop e7 and then d3. this does change things a little bit. There are some cases in which black has to be worried about a very quick knight g5. So I'm curious on what she's going to do, because sometimes you want to play bishop e7 and transpose back into your variations. It's probably a sound move. But against a4, in many cases, black wants to play the move bishop d7. I already explained that if you put the bishop on b7, you're kind of fighting against this structure, and the bishop's not very well placed. But of course, I haven't had the time to put my pawn from d7 to d6, so bishop d7 is illegal. This, the main lines of the d3 Spanish goes like this, exactly this position, where after a4 you play bishop d7. So there is this slight, subtle difference between these positions in which you play d3 so early. I want to see if Ibizawa is familiar with it. I like the slight wrinkle that Carissa's throwing in with an earlier d3 rather than castling. And I want to see if black's able to traverse the little subtleties of the position properly.
And we've got an update from Maurice in the under-17 section.
Yes, an absolutely big game where there's a mismatch in terms of rating anyway on this board. John Michael Burke playing against GM Alexi Serrana, and they're in a Najdorf, so far for the U.S. team, an unbalanced position you would want to see happen on the board. And one thing we've noticed about John is that he's been very materialistic in his decision-making, something that we've criticized him for in the competition so far. But this time he said, I don't think this is what's going to happen. After bishop g5, the lesser played knight bd7, clearly one of the popular moves in this position. e6, though, 90% of the times played after bishop to g5. But knight bd7, bishop to c4, quick development, and now queen b6, hitting that b-pawn. You can play bishop to b3, the most popular move in the position. But John said, you can have my pawn. This is going to be something of a type of poison pawn hybrid after castles. This position has been seen and tried recently. Yu Yang Yi with the black pieces, the grandmaster from China, had this position, played the move queen to c5 in this moment. But that doesn't matter. White has decided, I'm sacrificing a pawn for dynamic play. There are no real weaknesses in black's position, except the fact that all his pieces are on the back rank right now, at least the majority of them will need to get into the game. There are sacrifices that are bound in this position, and particularly white's going to want to get something like f4 off, f4, e5, break open the position as fast as possible, but it ain't that easy. This one is famously known that black can deal with this attack because he lacks weaknesses and because his pieces come out very quickly as you're opening up lines, especially after the move e6. His bishop is ready to come out very, very fast. But there could be some sacrifices on e6, so we'll see if black is well prepared to handle this position. Certainly a sharp game right away.
Yeah, and you have to be very ready in these positions to accept a piece sacrifice, because sometimes if you don't accept it, you fall into a much worse case. Unfortunately, I have looked at this position for the black side, and I say unfortunately because there is some knowledge that I'll be a little remiss if I shared, because this is some preparation that I've done with my student Dariusz Swierz, one of the students at St. Louis University. This incredibly sharp variation has more than one novelty still in store. It's a relatively unstudied variation of the Najdorf, despite it being a poison pawn. You have this hybrid where the bishop's already on c4. On the other hand, the knight already coming to d7 means that some of the sacrifices of f4, e5 do not work so quickly. A very sharp position. I really love that John Michael is not going for the material approach. He's going for the initiative, and that he's going to try to prove theoretical superiority over an opponent that's been extremely solid in this tournament.
Right, well, we'll see if one of those novelties are uncorked in this game. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Rufeng Li versus Anton Smirnov. Smirnov having rested.
Well, Rufeng is doing the Rufeng thing, which I'm kind of glad, because he was playing in the style of normal chess players, and he is coming out in this particular game and playing the way that he plays chess. That means starting the game with 1b3. It gave him a serious success in the U.S. Junior. It's giving him a Grandmaster title, and he comes back to his pet line b3. Knight f6, bishop b2, and g6. It's one of the many ways that black can play this position. e4, of course, takes advantage of the pin down the diagonal to center the pawns. After d6, he actually double fianqueros, which I'm not terribly familiar with. It doesn't seem to be a bad idea. You just put the bishop on g2 to support your center. c5, bishop g2, bishop g7, knight e2. And now White could have the idea at some point of playing the move d4, transposing into some kind of strange Sicilian, or for now, just castling and playing c4 and eventually playing d4. Black says, no, forget about any of those plans. I'm going to put the pawn on e5, and we're going to play a completely different type of position in which black has completely given away the square d5. But on the other hand, after the move c3, d4, it is possible that the breakthrough on d4 becomes even more dangerous.
And Maurice?
Well, speaking of novelties, in this position, I pulled up ChessBase. There are 61 games in this position, and you were mentioning, Alejandro, that you have prepared some novelties with your students. Well, I'm not sure if you prepared this one because it is absolutely never been seen in the database, at least, the move g6, playing now for the first time here today. He's played g6. Now, again, the database, even if it has over 7 million games, doesn't mean that it's seen all the chess games. Obviously, you can't record all chess games from history. So this move may have been played, but just did not make it to the database. And he didn't spend too long, in fact, before playing this move. G6, definitely now a sort of Dragendorf formation, if you will, with the pawn on G6 and the one on A6. Looking to just play very solidly with bishop to G7 and castles. And again, F4, E5 is not so easy because this knight is guarding this E5 square. And remember, the queen can always come back onto the C5 square and control this diagonal. So a bishop on G7 masking an attack on the knight on D4. Definite possibilities for black. Did John Michael prepare this? Because it's not in the database. Is he going to surprise him, or will he continue an aggressive style? Of course, he can just play king h1 and go for the f4 idea anyway, but it still is going to require a little bit more preparation before he gets to land a blow.
That's right, but two big moves until black gets to castle. What if we try for a quick rook e1, knight d5?
Rook e1, knight d5 seems to just give away the initiative after I play bishop g7, knight d5. Always you have to wonder what exactly I'm threatening with this kind of ruptures, because if I take on d5 here in this position, I'm assuming you want to take with a pawn.
Yeah, my idea was to try to prevent you from castling.
Right, and that would be awesome if you get it, but after knight e5, you see how black's pieces are all coming out with tempi. And what I really don't like about putting the knight on d5 and having to capture with the pawn is that I've killed my own bishop, which seems to give black that respite that he needs to finish his development. I mean, white obviously will always retain compensation, but this starts to look a little dubious for me. Actually, going back to your idea of not letting black castle, I would prefer to do it like this. Once g6 happens, and you made a great point. 2 moves until black castles. I need to do something right now. The move that I immediately think of is bishop d5. Taking with the knight seems suicidal because I'm going to be able to put my knight on d5. I'm threatening all of your squares. I'm going to be threatening things on c7. I'm going to be threatening e7. This just looks horrible for black. You cannot touch my bishop. But then what do? I mean, I'm threatening to take on b7. That's a pretty obvious threat. I mean, at the very least, I'm going to recover my material. I'm going to get the c6 square for my knight.
And knight c5 doesn't look good because f6 is then hanging without the bishop connecting.
Right. This is also almost losing for sure. I mean, this bishop on d5 becomes an unstoppable monster. Yes, you have an extra pawn, but that's pretty much the only good thing going on your position. This is all very close, dangerously close to losing. After bishop d5, I think your best bet is to just ignore my threat, but that's also not so clear, because if I recover my pawn in this kind of positions, the rook here is quite annoying. You do have the advantage of the fact that this knight and this pawn are on a weakened file here after, for example, rook c8 at some point. But you haven't finished development yet. Your king's still stuck in the center. I'm worried about a potential knight coming to c6, especially if I can reinforce it. For example, if I play knight d5, I force you to take on d5, and then I put a knight on c6. This all seems a little bit scary for black.
And what's the plan after knight c5?
Knight c5.
It looks very dangerous. Looks like there should be something
I
here.
mean, no, rook e7 is obviously winning, right? Takes king knight d5, and I take this guy next move. That's a ton of compensation for the exchange. Actually, I'm pretty sure the computer's finding something that's better.
Better, maybe with e5.
I mean, it's irrelevant. Knight d5 is just, you see knight d5 and you're already cannot play this with black. You're getting killed, and there's not enough play here for your pieces. So after bishop d5, which is the move that I'm most curious about. It's a very thematic idea in the position, because usually after queen c5, as Maurice was mentioning, is the main line, white plays bishop d5. That is the move. So, and normally black sometimes even plays e6, trying to move the bishop out of d5, and white simply ignores it. They actually just leave the bishop there. They can't actually move it in this variation because there are tricks against the bishop on g5 in certain lines. The move g6 doesn't take control over the position here on d5, which urges me to ask the question, if you're going to give me this point, shouldn't I take advantage of it? So the moves knight d5 and bishop d5 are the things that I think of immediately. Maurice, what are your thoughts?
Absolutely correct. This has to be refuted, or something active has to happen, because if this guy just lollygags and plays bishop g7 and castles, you're going to be down a pawn, period. There's not going to be enough pressure in the position to give you that kind of play. So speed is of the essence, and he's basically daring you with the move g6 and saying, I'm just going to waste more time. I took your pawn on b2, I played the move a6, which of course was played early, but if you combine all these moves, I took the pawn on b2, I put my queen's now on a3, I played a6, and I'm playing g6, and I'm just going to chill, and you have nothing? Well, if you don't come up with something quick, then you will not be able to last in this game. White, of course, f4, e5 just doesn't seem to work. It just seems like it takes too much time, and it's loose. This queen c5 move is a problem. But check this line out. Instinctively right, Alejandro, but knight to d5 is the deep line now. Now check out this variation. Problem one, if you just decide to play knight takes on d5, and now bishop takes on d5, now white's pressure is starting to increase, and the pawn on b7 is hanging. Now, black doesn't mind giving away this pawn in some lines, in most lines, in fact, just to develop pieces, because black's structure is going to be better at the end. Remember, white has these two separated pawns, and black is going to have the c-file later in the game. But the engine says, forget about that. I'm going to go after your bishop. I want to make sure you don't castle. He said, well, okay, then why can't I castle? And suddenly the move knight f5 shows up on the board as a killer blow. Also, the move bishop to g7, bishop takes on g7, king takes on g7, and rook to b3. And suddenly, check out the attack that's going to happen with knight f5 check, rook swinging on this side, queen coming in. That's going to be deadly. We just show a variation. For example, if you play the move queen c5, knight f5 check, this queen's going to show up on this square. If you take this, then suddenly queen g5 is coming in, and you can see the rook's going to swing over, and this is going to be all she wrote after king here, rook over to this square, g3, and that's it. So this is the kind of danger that black faces in this line. If he plays quickly, white must play with pace in this position. The move knight d5 is the quickest move, the piece move. Now, that said, knight d5, you still have to think about knight takes on e4, forking pieces here, getting a second pawn, allowing this piece to drop with knight c7 check. A crazy position. I don't know if Serrana has prepared exactly this line. He may or may not have, and maybe he knows all the nuances coming from this particular sacrifice, but it's already insane. I mean, it's right out the opening, crisis mode. White better know what he's doing, because black is daring him to play some serious sacrificial chess.
This is really fun stuff indeed. I like that there's like a perpetual line there, although it looks good for white, so I'm not sure I would take it. But in Maurice's line there with knight d5, with knight d5, just knight e4, after knight c7 check. If you do decide after king d8, yeah, after knight e6 check, if you weren't to find something better here, you could go for this.
Yes,
but I imagine there's something better for white there, because it looks pretty juicy with like 6 pieces to 0 developed.
I don't know. I wonder if one of the players actually does know the answer to this, because you play a g6 in this position. It's not a natural move. This is not the first thing I think of, because you want to have a multi-purpose move like the move e6 on the board, which shuts out the bishop on c4 and lets me develop. The move g6 only lets me develop and leaves the entire diagonal open. So you kind of play it either because you know it or because you're really, really brave. I mean, those are very difficult choices to make over the board. To just play g6 over the board without any theory behind it, it's tough to do. It's very tough to do.
And I imagine that John is going to take his sweet time here, considering that for sure he hasn't anticipated this move. Maybe on your bishop d5, it didn't look like the bishop takes b7 lines were going very well for us after bishop g7. So maybe black just has to grovel a little bit more and play rook b8 and just like defend that pawn and then play bishop g7.
Rook b8, I have to admit, looks suspicious, but if there's no immediate refutation.
But maybe better than just letting your rook come to b7 and also wreak havoc on my c6 square additionally. It's like losing that pawn was not just a pawn. It was also some squares and lines that kind of came with it.
But if you take on f6, what are you going to do exactly? Sorry?
Oh, you have knight c6, right?
Yeah, I have more
just
than one.
Right away. So that's
more than one threat, because here knight c6 takes advantage of the pin, right? And you have to go rook a8. I mean, that looks completely
I think my queen's
forced.
trapped now after rook b3,
yeah,
right?
but rook b3, knight a4, knight b6. I mean, so if you play rook b8, bishop f6, you have to take with the pawn. Which is
as ugly as we mentioned it was before.
Yeah.
Now we don't like
no.
keeping pawns. Come on, bishop g7.
No, bishop g7
I
must
mean,
be
just get the heck out of there. You want the b pawn. I took your b pawn. You want my b pawn. The weaknesses white has, black will have on c6 will be more than compensated for by the weakness that white has on the c file and on a2. So black doesn't care. The dark squares for white have just completely fallen apart on the queen side, and that's not something black's going to worry about at all. You just bishop g7, get the heck out of the middle of the board, and bishop d5, bishop g7.
And so what else do you think he's looking at? So we see these moves, bishop d5, knight d5. What other candidates? I mean, if
F4,
you've never seen
king
the move,
h1,
rook b3. I mean, there's a lot of candidate moves here for John Michael.
Not rook b3.
Any bets?
Not rook b3, but I mean the thematic one is f4 e5, right? So that's total theme of the position. f4 e5. The problem is whether or not you can break through on the e5 square, because let's start with that move f4 just to show the problem.
I'm kind of scared that f4 loses a piece, Maurice.
You mean to queen c5 and e5?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I could also start with, although your f6 is hanging, so I'm not sure you're going to get that.
What are you going to play here?
I'd have to play bishop b3.
Bishop b3, and then, I mean, I think I have time to just play bishop g7. I see what you're saying, that after e5, there's problems in this square, right?
Yep. I'll just take on e5, and f6 is hanging, and the whole diagonal opens
But
up.
bishop g7, again, it's this
time to go.
Kind of tempo. You have to play e5, right?
If I have to play e5, I just lose material.
Yep. But if you let me castle on the next move, then feels like black's getting
exactly. So king h1 here.
Castle.
Right, and castle. This is why I wanted to show this position, because right now you look at the position, you say, all right, white got the aggressive move f4 in. And you look at this board and you say, all right, I got f4, I got king h1, and now you go, now what? Like, how do I get it going?
That's a good question.
And that's the problem with this plan, which is the most natural plan, which is why he's going to have to reject this plan, because it doesn't go anywhere. The queen c5 move keeps gaining a tempo, keeps forcing you to lose even another tempo with king h1, although it's a natural move, king h1. But to have to do this and slow your pace down is not what white wants. White needs to get energy now. And a move like knight d5, bishop d5, those are the directions you're going to go in. You don't want to play rook b3 because he's going to play queen c5 anyway. He's been waiting to do that.
That helps him. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So it's got to be now that you put something on d5 and go.
That's right.
I agree.
And knight d5 is a very typical move, both for positional and tactical reasons in the white side of the Sicilian. I mean, some of the negatives of f4 here that make it less intuitive in lines than when you have a bishop on e3 is, of course, it weakens that diagonal, and also it doesn't connect with the bishop on g5 in the same way that it would, sometimes it stops some of those bishop h6 ideas. So I'm wondering how long John Michael is going to think in this critical position.
This is
Seems
the
like
big
a situation
position.
where he might think
it's a good position to think.
He's showing experience right here. This is the position you think in.
Yep.
Right?
You're surprised out of the opening. You came with prep, obviously, and your opponent surprises you with a move like g6. This is where you sit down, you think, what is the difference between this line and the ones that I've analyzed? What is the situation? What should I do? This is a good time to think.
And you're not even with a 30-minute tank, which I do anticipate, because he's already out about 15 minutes.
He should. He should spend some time, absolutely, to really understand this position. He should spend a lot of time, because later you'll make quicker moves in a couple, like if the guy plays knight takes on d5, you're going to play bishop d5 in a second. b7 will be hanging. Your rook will be able to go to b3 in some later variation. Bishop a6 will be easier.
It's not a nothing position in which we sometimes criticize players for taking forever in a position where nothing is going on. No, this is the contrary. This is exactly the positions where you need to stop and think. And John Michael Burke's doing exactly that. He's obviously unfamiliar with the move g6. I'm not surprised about that because it's both a natural move and a novelty. And now he has to set up himself up and figure it out over the board.
If he does choose knight d5, that kind of out of perpetual is always nice to have, because then you know if somehow you screwed up your analysis, you can always think in your opponent's time and like go for that later. So
well, but that's only against knight takes e4, right? Because he does have other options. He can take on d5, and you have to make sure that your variations actually give you concrete compensation. So I don't think that he has any outs at the moment. Knight d5 is probably on the safer side. Although bishop d5 seems to be like the more ambitious move. And then, of course, he has to consider what we were already analyzing, f4, rook fe1, and all these kind of moves.
All right, and let's take a look at some other games as we wait for John Michael to come out of the aquarium. And Maurice does have an update for us in the roofing game.
Well, I'd like to look at this position because it's a contrast to what we're looking at right now. And it's the idea of the fixed pawn structure. Strategic chess is all about pawn breaks. I mean, I shouldn't say it's entirely so, but generally speaking, the pieces all set themselves up in such a way as to make effective breaks with the pawns, because the pawns, done right, will open up the position for you and also will allow your pieces to swarm into the opponent's position the right way. So you're always looking for the critical pawn break. So a position like this one, the move f4 is the pawn break. You want to make breaks against the most forward pawn in your opponent's position. So f4 makes sense. Looking for d4 somehow, well, there's a clamp on d4, so c3 and d4 is a possible idea, except, of course, that's going to create some mass liquidations, and black has got this square pretty much covered. So you have to be careful exactly how you execute that. Also, there's no really big lead development for white, so he has to time this break really carefully. Except he played the move c4. Now, c4 just basically says d4 is done forever. He's never going to put a pawn on d4. Certainly, black cannot play the move d5 himself. So the center is now suddenly on lockdown, and everything shifts to the wings. f4 becomes prominent. The idea of maybe playing for b4 becomes possible as well, but a5 will shut that down later. So where is white going to get his play? Black decides to play the move h5. Now, h5 with the intention of maybe playing the move h4. Now, white's only break looks like f4 now. There's nowhere else to really go. b4 is done. f4 looks like the only break, but he's worried about h4 really weakening his position, so he played h4 himself. And now we're seeing a pawn formation, symmetrical pawn formation, that is very static. Neither side has absolutely comfortable pawn breaks. f4, f5, these are the only two left in the position, and they're going to have to figure out how to make their pieces move around to make that work. Now, black could, of course, play for a b5 break. Where it's going, nobody really knows. It's not going to be that easy to pull off. So again, I go back to f5, but this weakness, this inclusion of h4, h5 has made f4 or f5 less desirable, particularly the weakness on this square if you play f4 and this square if you play f5. So Alejandro, I'm saying all this. It's been a long lecture on pawn breaks. Doesn't it look like neither side's going to have anything to do here?
Yeah, but what does scare me is that reframe is white. If you're black in this kind of positions and you say, I've neutralized all of your ideas, nothing's going to happen ever, cool. I'm the lower rated player. I'm black. I'm just going to sit down and chill. Whereas I don't think that white has the possibility of creating much. He's the one that's supposed to be trying for something. Actually, if anything, I would say that the breaks are more comfortable for black. I can more realistically see black playing a6, b5 than seeing white play a3, b4. I can more realistically see the knight on f6 moving and getting a successful f5 in rather than f4, which at the moment allows a huge bind on the g4 square. Notice that white doesn't have any pieces that can go to g5. The knight's currently on e2. The bishop's currently on b2, which is, by the way, a horrible piece. If I play f4, I give up the g4 square. That's horrible. If black plays f5, yes, you give up g5, but who's going to take advantage of that?
And we have some tweets coming in to our hashtag Match of the Millennials, MOT Millennials, including one from Nadia Fabi, who says that, please tell Ms. Carissa Yip that I don't work tomorrow so she can keep me up late. And she's hoping for another 100-plus move game.
Oh, no.
And the three-peat.
Please.
300.
No.
320 moves in 3 games.
Your message, man, will not be relayed.
No.
Well, we can take a look at Carissa's game in a bit. And we got another comment from Johan Solomon, who is a chess grandmaster who has one of my favorite Twitter feeds. He's always posting really cool chess puzzles and positions. And he says that Martirosyan is employing Aronyan's move, wondering about Armenian teamwork.
Oh, well, we can take a look at that game. The move knight a3, of course. This is actually kind of funny. So we have a Catalan with an early bishop before bishop e7, and of course, this was a famous game, right, Jen? Here with the move knight a3, in which Levon Aronyan with the white pieces played in Vaikanze earlier this year against Anish Giri. A very famous sacrifice of the exchange happened in this position after moves knight bd7, which was not what Sevian chose. Rook c1, and in that game, I believe, actually no, it was against a knight e4, sorry. Knight e4, rook c1, bishop takes a3, pawn takes a3, and in this position, Giri tried to establish a strong knight on c4. Aronyan just took it off the board and won a brilliant game, convincing and crushing against the Dutch superstar. So, yeah, knight a3 was actually an interesting idea, championed by Levon Aronyan. It had a couple of games afterwards, but it never picked up any steam. So it's interesting to see Martirosyan here trying to use the same idea.
And Maurice, update on our poisoned pawn.
And after much thought, John Michael played the move bishop to d5 instead of knight to d5, aggressing this pawn on the b7 square. And the most natural of moves, one piece going to d5, particularly this one because it actually has a concrete threat on that square, and his opponent has stopped to think in this position. Forget about the pawn. The pawn, as far as I'm concerned, is dead. I took yours, you can have mine back, no big deal. The move should be bishop to g7, and after captures, here the India is not giving castles, although it seems sound enough, but the move rook to b8.
Wow.
Very specific move in this position, which, yes, I was surprised by as well. Agreed with you there, Alejandro. But it turns out that everything is fine for black in this line. Really very specific variation. This queen is posted in a good spot. This knight can't move. And if black gets castles in, and I'm curious as to why castles isn't actually solid as well, as though knight d5 might come. Actually, knight c6 is what the Indian's giving. Is very specific right now. Also still equal as far as the Indians are concerned, ignoring even the pawn on e7. Nobody's going to play like this. I mean, knight c5, hitting the rook, hitting the pawn twice on the square, and even if you take this with check, king moves, this is still hanging. And by the way, some discoveries possible on this line as well. So
and if
sharp.
you check with the rook, just with b8.
Suddenly very sharp. You mean this capture here, rook takes, the Indians giving a very interesting knight e6. The tactics are starting and hitting this bishop, the knight on the c-file. The knights on the c-file become a problem as well. Very sneaky tactics coming up right now for black in this position. Crazy stuff. And so bishop to d5. I can't imagine him playing any other move than bishop g7. That just doesn't make any sense to play any other move. As you mentioned, rook b8 doesn't make a good sense here. And of course, knight c5 is not a good idea because of the move bishop takes on f6, and that would wreck the black pawn structure. So looks like only bishop g7. If he's prepared this, why is he taking so long right now not playing bishop g7? We will see.
Well, after bishop g7 and that variation from like a human perspective, the idea of castling instead of rook b8, what would happen after... if you don't see the kind of the weird line against if in analysis you don't see the knight c5 idea after knight c6.
In this position?
Yeah, like suppose you don't see knight c5 because that's kind of a weird line, letting two pieces take on e7, right? Why is e6 so bad?
It's probably not so bad. I mean, the queen is still defending the pawn, but I'm assuming I can just add a little bit of pressure. Also, your queen is a little uncomfortable. I was wondering if I could retreat my bishop. My bishop's done on g5. it has no longer a purpose there because the pawn has moved out of e7. I was wondering if I could just move it back to e3. And I have a very concrete threat here. Rook b3 just traps your queen. So I'm not so sure what you do to defend against that. Because you cannot play the move rook c8 because of this check and I take your exchange, as we're looking at in the analysis board. So
That's pretty frustrating that I'm like one move too late on knight g4.
On knight g4? I mean, doesn't really address the...
Well, the rook b3, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I could play bishop... I don't even want to try playing bishop c3 and giving up all my dark squares.
No, that looks
And
silly.
I'm going to get... I think my queen is going to get mated anyway on a1.
That's true.
So we were looking at the variation knight g4, rook b3, bishop takes c3, and mated on e7 as well.
This is just mate and the queen, right? So this definitely does
double trouble.
So
that's why you don't look at lines that give up your dragon bishop, guys, because it always ends in some kind of disaster.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah, that's not true. Usually, we've seen so many times where like giving up the dragon bishop is incorrect. I actually lost a game like that here at the U.S. Chess Championship. I was playing against Conrad Holt in 2013, and I was playing the Benko Gambit, and I had the opportunity of giving up my Benko bishop for his knight on c3 and taking the pawn on a2. And as a grandmaster, you kind of know that you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to just give up the bishop, get the better pawn structure, play on the position. And my instincts of the dragon came in, and I didn't play that move. He consolidated his queen side. I ended up losing. So trust me, sometimes that bishop,
yes, exactly.
get rid of it.
Well,
That's why you don't want to put that in
chess.
someone's mind that you shouldn't give up this bishop, because it's so often that the exception does prove the rule, but you have to see the exceptions, and that's what makes you a strong player.
That's right. I mean, always is more of an expression than I mean. And the only thing that's always in chess is checkmate, right? But it is true that generally, especially in a situation like this where you're not even castled yet, giving up that bishop on g7, we're going to be hard-pressed to find a position in this line where that's going to lead to anything good for black. But in any case, the reason I was going for that variation with e6 was just because the kind of thing with knight c5, it might be hard to see it several moves in advance. But if you have like another idea, and then when you get to that position, then you might see knight c5.
No, I agree. And even the bishop e3 move was a little bit hidden. I don't even understand if it's a full refutation. So if you go that far and you see e6 and you don't see anything immediate, you might just go for it because it looks solid enough. The structure is good. The rooks are come into the game. I think that if you're right, that if you see the move e6 not losing instantly, you just go for this variation. It seems solid enough.
And it seems like Castle's had that was not played yet. Bishop d5 still on the board, and now Serrana sinking into a deep think himself, and that does not bode that well for him because it feels like after g6, you want to be playing some quick moves because you're really the one who's on the target.
He might just have come up with the move g6 over the board, honestly. It almost feels like that.
So very dangerous situation here for the world, but this game is certainly going to be fun. And some news in another interesting game in the world.
Absolutely. And man, I just saw a move and an idea that I've never seen before, and it's totally impressing me that this young player has played this move. It's a position you don't see. So, all right, I'm going to say I can be forgiven for not having seen this idea, but wow. This bishop on b2, I mean, it's a rancid piece. Let's not get it twisted. It's bucking up against this piece. This bishop is not doing anything great. And Alejandro, you said you think that the breaks in this position really more favor black to be able to play this f5 move. He played the move knight h7. Now, the idea behind this move is just to play g5. Straight. He needs a break. He's going to go direct break. g5 with the takes, knight takes h4, and just use this file. And he's telling white, you have nothing to do. You can't make any reasonable moves because this one stopping the move g5 allows bishop to g4, and this bishop is planted on a beautiful square, and black's pieces are really perfect. This knight can repurpose itself to f8 to e6 at any point and go to the d4 square. Knight d4 itself is a threat because bishop takes, pawn takes, and this piece is still great. You're giving up your bishop. You've given up the center. Black can choose how to improve this position at will. There is no energy in this position for white that you say, how does white do anything here that makes any kind of sense? So if you're not playing this move, what do you do about the threat of g5? g5 is going to crack your kingside open. The point being this knight is usually on the f3 square, guards this square, but here it's on e2. It can't get back to stopping this move g5. How do you deal with g5 and takes? And if you take, then knight takes, and then the move h4, and just straightforward opening of lines on the king side. This position is very difficult already, it looks like. And in fact, the Indians are saying that black is much better in this position. Much better after knight to h7. Not even like it's close. Up past point 6, which is closing in on a full pawn, and you make one false move, and it's already a pawn edge for black. As far as the Indians is concerned, dynamic play, black. The Indians seeing all over the place for black. I love this move, knight h7. This is the kind of thing you love when you haven't seen something, and then you go, wow, really? Nice attacking move. Good stuff by the youngster. And Smirnov has been playing great chess this tournament. He calls himself an amateur, but he's no amateur. Very talented youngster from Australia.
It's a lovely and creative move, this move, knight h7. It's so unusual.
Have you seen this idea? Like, I mean,
okay, I've seen the idea of knight h7, knight f8, knight e6.
Yeah, sure.
And, I can see how you start thinking about knight coming to this square, and then kind of how you find that knight h7 also helps g5. So I can see how you can come up with the move, but I've never seen the idea of knight h7 supporting a g5 in this structures ever. So this is really awesome.
It's amazing for us as GMs to see something and go, huh?
I've never seen that before.
I've never seen this. Wow. And it's just becomes something that is frozen in your brain.
It's
that
cool.
You put in your pocket and say, all right, let me remember this just in case something similar happens in one of my games. But that's just a nice maneuver. Now, you see this in the King's Indian, of course, in some lines of the King's Indian where the pawn is on h6, some kind of same-ish I'm thinking about.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like the Benoni same-ishes when you play a knight to h7.
Exactly, exactly. But this, of course, the position is highly specific, so he has enough familiarity with other positions that this idea now comes into his mind. G5 looks beastie. I mean, White's already in crisis.
It's pretty cool. I mean,
amazing.
I think that he's having a really nice tournament about this move. Knight h7 just proves how versatile of a player he is. Because if you told me, okay, he plays the move knight d7 in this position, it's just a boring standard knight f8, knight e6 maneuver. But knight h7 with this double idea, playing g5, and in the worst case scenario, I can reroute my knight. Really nice move.
Impressive.
I like it. It's a very nice thing. This is why these guys are here, is because they're the best in the world, and they're proving it. Knight h7 is an awesome move.
So far, my favorite move of the tournament.
So far, yeah, I agree.
Just so deep.
Yes, that's right. I mean, this is just the start of a month full of activity here in St. Louis, and we hope that some of you will come and join us, continue to join us over our stream, but also to join us in person in the capital of chess in America for the Summer of Chess, either for the Sinkfield Cup, which follows this, or for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, which will also witness the return of Gary Kasparov, who is also involved in the captaining and coaching of the U.S. team here. That's right. So the Sinkfield Cup is starting on August 1st. That's actually the opening ceremony, which is a partnership with the St. Louis Fashion Fund. So that should be really fun. But the chess itself is going to begin on August 2nd, and that's running through the 12th. And the Grand Chess Tour St. Louis Blitz and Rapid, which is the first of its kind, this particular event, will witness Gary Kasparov's grand return. So do not miss that. And Maurice with an update in one of the youngsters' games.
A complete disaster about to occur for the U.S. squad in this game where Nadirbek Abdusadarov with the white pieces can now just simply win a pawn for nothing. 4-0. This move, knight e4, a bad blunder, counting on the fact that there's pin on the line so that you can't capture once, yes, but you can't capture twice because you drop the piece. But unfortunately, back here after takes, the only reason you can't just take your pawn for free is this queen. So, could we chase the queen away? Well, it turns out there's a very simple way. Rook to h5, chasing the queen. Your queen now, if you try to maintain the pin with queen to b4, the only way to do it, now simply a3, and that pawn is truly poisoned. You don't dare touch it because, of course, knight to a4, and now you can look around for a square. Don't go to b5. There's a rook here, and all the squares are covered. Your queen has just been trapped in thin air. So a3 says, move your queen away. I don't care where, and then I'm just going to take your pawn for free. And if you don't play queen b4 after rook h5, where else can you put your queen? Who cares where? Maybe queen b6 would be your attempt, but Now this pawn is under so much fire that this position is critical. This is maybe the only way. The engine is giving queen b3 as the best try to try to save the position. Queen takes, pawn takes. This pawn is again under fire. Knight f6. Now rook e5, and we're back to business with this guy yet again. Black is fighting for his life. Maybe this is the best line, hoping for some bailout like this. Let's try knight g4 instead. This position, maybe this is the saving line. I was thinking that this is just completely over, but maybe this line is not as bad as all that, as he's gotten his pawn back. So as we analyze this, I thought it was just a clean pawn, but it's looking like there may be this variation. But I think white can play better. If you get the move rook h5 in, there's got to be something going with this pawn just hanging and black's lack of development. Alejandro, these two games are looking very bad showing for the U.S. team.
Well, I want to start with the problems from like the very beginning of this opening. Bishop g5, I mean, let's look at how Andrew has handled this position, which to me is unacceptable for somebody of this level. And already his openings, I was very impressed yesterday. He actually showed me that he has better handling of that reverse Grunfeld that he had against Pragananda. He had a really nice preparation there. But this one is quite the opposite. He's playing some sort of Cambridge Springs, which I'm not entirely sure why he put the queen on a5 after the capture of the pawn on d5. Usually, if you do it the other way around, after like e3, queen a5 takes on d5, knight takes d5 is considered to be the principled idea. E takes d5, yes, it's playable, but a little bit too passive. C takes d5, e takes d5, e3. I'm not sure why you're transposing into the Cambridge Springs in this particular move order, but no big deal. Let's just play this kind of solid position. But in this position, to take on g3, or if I have to take on g3, this seems way off. Like, why are you giving me an open file on the h against your king? This is so counterintuitive to take. I mean, is there anything big reason I couldn't play bishop f8 or something along these lines? Because taking
in
on
that
g3,
line, you can see the diagonal. It's either you concede the diagonal, which is one thing, but conceding a full file seems a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I don't really care what the computer says. I mean, you cannot play bishop takes g3, h takes g3 and survive in the long run, because the computer probably wants to play something like h6 and hold the position, but we know as grandmasters that here you play queen c2, you castle, you go g4, g5,
yep,
and black gets splat. It's just completely over. If you have to have a resource like knight e4, which, yeah, bishop takes e4, d takes e4, rook h5 is probably really good, but even if I just play queen c2, I mean, again, the problems on the file are so permanent that I'm seriously wondering if this is playable for black. I mean, you're still holding on because they can't long castle. But as you mentioned, Maurice, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook h5. I mean, you're mentioning the move queen b6 as forced?
yeah, it looks completely, unless you just want to gift the pawn away. Although here,
I mean, here I can just take on e4.
Yes, I was thinking maybe I just take the pawn
rook
anyway.
Here, and let's go with the activity.
Fun going.
Look at these rooks. Look at the knights. You have basically, you're playing with one piece. You're playing with one queen. Yes, perhaps you can sustain this if you're a computer or something like this, but like, look at the position.
Let's make a move. Queen a3. And what happens after queen c2?
I'm already threatening all kinds of things. This is the thing that really scares me about this position. I'm going to put my king on f1. If I need to, I'll put it back on g1. I'm threatening b7 in many cases. The bishop hasn't been developed. g4,
it's
g5.
A long way to go to Tipperary here for black, boy. Just no. Just no.
Yeah, it feels like this went wrong somehow. We'll see how Nodribek deals with this position, but I feel like something went way wrong.
In this round, it's nice to see that we have a round of a few very interesting Roy Lopez's, a Wander Liang versus Pragu, and also in the game between Carissa Yisp and Asobaeva. So it's nice to see such young players play these rich variations, and we're going to be in a treat in both of these games to see which player understands it better.
Well, let's take a look at, you wanted to look at the Carissa Yip, right?
Yeah, because we also had a tweet earlier about whether this was likely to be another 100-plus move game.
Well, there's very unlikely.
It's never likely.
Rook b8. Okay, we left it off as Carissa.
300 blows, yeah.
Carissa threw in an early d3, And Asubayeva decided to throw in a bishop e7, castles, and then d6. Now we go back into the normal lines of the variation because we included castles on d6, which I had already been talking about. And a4 is a line, c3 is also a line, castle a4, rook b8, this is all theory, rook e1, knight a5, bishop c2. And I was almost sure that b4 is the main line, but c5 is also possible. D4, and this is, as far as I remember, known theory. I don't quite remember the evaluation of the position, but I know that it has been seen before. It's all these kind of lines are close to equal, but still retain some pressure for white. That's the nature of the reload pass. And in this kind of scenarios, white always has the option of closing the center with d5, playing with the advantage of space. But you have to be very careful when you do so, because you're going to allow things like knight b4, and you better have a comfortable retreat square for your bishop after you do so. In this case, after bishop b3, pawn takes, the knight already on b4 is quite a good piece. You have to deal with this bishop coming to d7, the rook coming to c8 very quickly, and you might not have the development that you would like to have when this queenside opens up. So for this reason, Karius is deciding between releasing the tension with d5, releasing the tension with d takes e5, or continuing development with something along the lines of knight c3. A position that is probably close to equal, but in which white should have a little bit of pressure still.
Well, we'll keep a close eye on this. Meanwhile, update in the knight h7.
Yes, this move, knight h7, is an intriguing move, a very instructive idea, and there's some other ideas in the position as well. After the specific d3, there is g5 screaming to be played, hg5, and queen takes, even better move, queen takes, guarding the bishop on g7. The point being that if you now play f4, black can just take it, and suddenly unleashing an attack on the long diagonal. No matter what you do here, you've opened up the diagonal. You've also going to open up this file because you want to gain a tempo against the queen. You don't want to take and allow queen takes, hitting your rook. But this doesn't matter as far as black is concerned, because black now has an open file directly to your king. Black can think about castling on the other side, and you see the computer is taking over for me right here. The variation is a sample line of what could happen in this position, and a strong knight now sitting on f6, knight to g4. The g line, black has just got all the squares. This is happy trails for black in this position. So if we go back here after the move queen takes g5, then knight bc3 is playable, and h4, and it's just straight. It's just straight. You might even want to play knight d5 thinking you're threatening on c7, and I tested this move, and the engine said, you want my rook? Go ahead and take it. I dare you. I won't even do anything on this side. I'll just play bishop g4 and wait you out a move. And what are you going to do about it? That knight's dead already. This attack is brewing with pace on the other side of the board. There's some captures afoot. Queen e3 coming. Queen h5 also a possibility. Pawns steaming down the board. Just a straight attack for what is going to be an exchange. White in trouble already. A very sharp move. Will he play g5?
It's on the board.
It's been done.
It's done.
On the board. This guy, Smirnov, what a baller. Man, great chess being played right now by the youngster from Australia.
This looks very scary for white, I have to say. After queen takes g5, which is the more logical move than knight takes g5, h4 is coming with such pace that what are you going to do about it? I really like that exchange sacrifice, even though I'm absolutely positive that it's not the only way of playing.
And the thing about it is, black has nothing to fear. Just you look at the position. What's black scared of right now? Nothing.
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 There is no danger to his position.
There's no danger
breaks,
anywhere.
No counterplay.
Nothing. Zero. The only thing was that little knight going in and going after the rook. I mean, who cares? That's just a small threat to swat away. In this position, it's about a position that's building with pawn breaks. But when we said about pawn breaks, the essence of chess, that's what you look for. He found a vicious break with g5. Then he's going to continue with h4 and just go after that king. And it's just one play on one goal right now. It's that king on g1. Thanks to what he thought he was slowing down with h4. Remember that position back here? The guy played h5 and he said, you know what? I'm going to stop your attack with h4. Let's just shut that down forever. And then, oops, what? I didn't slow anything down. In fact, you accelerated this attack now. Here comes all the pieces as the move d3, g5, h takes g5 is on the board. He's considering queen g5. I don't doubt that he's going to find this move.
No, not at all. I mean, queen takes g5 is much more natural than taking with the knight.
That's right, and White is really feeling the lack of presence of that bishop on b2 in the critical game.
Yeah, absolutely. This bishop on b2 just completely offside.
And we are going to take a break as we see these attacking games starting to sizzle. We'll leave you with a little feature from the kids themselves on what it's like to play individually versus playing on a team.
I haven't played in that many team events, so I'm not exactly sure, but I think you have to be more aware of how other people are doing, and in some instances you may have to calibrate your play, where in you're playing individually you can do pretty much whatever you want, but there are other responsibilities you have as a team member.
I mean, this is like similar to a team's competition, but it's still like an individual aspect. I'll just prepare for each individual game and like try my best to win all my games.
I mean, I guess you can't really focus on your own performance as much. Like, I might usually want to try to push for a win, I guess. If I get like a solid even score, it'll be pretty good for the team too, so I should probably go for that.
Of course there's a difference. In a team event, you play for the team. Sometimes you have to play certain openings, not take big risks, and play solid chess. And sometimes the opposite. You have to take risks when the team needs to win.
You have to play for team.
Of course, there is a difference because you feel more responsibility playing for a team. In an individual game, you only play for yourself, but in a team event, you will play for the whole team.
I don't see a significant difference. Maybe some, because after all, you're playing for a team, but it's not a significant one.
Yeah, it like sort of changes your approach, like when you don't really want to let your team down if you're being too aggressive and overextend and end up losing, you know? And I mean, there's certain things you have to do, like if you only need a draw to win the match, then you just have to play for a draw, I guess.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
hello and welcome back to the Match of the Millennials here in St. Louis, the capital of chess in the United States. And we are behind here in the Match of the Millennials. The U.S. team is behind 4 points. So, big round. As Maurice Ashley mentioned, one way to try to overcome this, probably the best way, little by little, chisel away, see if we can get to -2 tonight. And based on the positions on the board, we'll have to discuss our predictions. But first, what about you? What do you think about these positions? What do you think about the chances of the world of the U.S. team and some of the stars? Well, give us a call at 314-361-5465. We're also checking our tweets at that hashtag below, MOT Millennials, which is, of course, Match of the Millennials. And we are going to be excited to have you join in the conversation. Alejandro?
Well, we're having some positive developments in a few of the games as we were on break. They're not huge differences, but it does seem like the world team has not entirely wasted their opportunities, but it has made life a little easier for us in two important boards. First of all, I wanted to look at this game between Absutarov and Hong, in which we were mentioning this capture on e4 followed by the invasion of the rook on h5. And you can see that there is a rook on h5 currently, but he actually did it the other way around. Instead of taking with the bishop, which looks to me as a much, much more natural move, since this knight can hop around to c4, can hop around to d6, it puts pressure on e4 without losing a tempo. Instead of that, he took with the knight, which I'm not very fond of. Even if you take with the knight, I think I would rather have taken with the other one. But he did take knight d takes e4, pawn takes e4, rook h5, and now a clever move, the move b5 in this position, which forces a loss of a tempo here because the bishop on d3 is actually under attack. The bishop retreated to e2, and then I think he just played the move queen d8. I haven't actually analyzed this. But it feels like it could have been worse. Some of the variations that Maurice was checking out didn't seem very good for us. That being said, it's still obviously a slight advantage here for the white pieces. This pawn on b5 is going to be a problem, as black is the one that wants to play c5. That's not so easy to achieve while I have this weakness. e4 is still targetable. There's still an annoying rook on h5 that I'm going to have to deal with somehow, because if I put the knight on f6, I just allowed the rook to swing over to the queen side and attack that pawn on c6. So obviously slightly better for white, but it could have been worse. And something that could have definitely been worse is the game between Rifeng Li with the white pieces against Anton Smirnov, who has been playing absolutely great chess. Maurice and I both love that move, knight h7, such a unique concept. But the follow-up wasn't quite there. In the move here between Rifeng and Anton Smirnov, g5, pawn takes g5, we were absolutely certain that he was going to take with the queen. Thus, it defends the bishop on g7 and precisely avoids the variations that we're about to see happen in the game. After knight takes g5, the move f4 is actually quite annoying for black, because this bishop is targeting the other one on g7 without any defense, and now the knight actually has to move. I cannot take on f4. Knight h7, and he has tried to finish development with the move knight d2. He's a couple of moves away from finishing development. Knight f3, preventing h4 hard would be quite solid, but I'm kind of curious about what happens on h4 immediately, and perhaps Maurice has an answer for us.
Yeah, the answer is you're about to get spanked. I mean, this is not good, playing this move knight to d2. Poorly timed. The knight needed to stay off that diagonal so that the bishop could appear on this diagonal. He got away with something that knight took on g5, that is for sure. Queen should have taken it and made sure this bishop could not have done anything with this move f4. Instead, he took with the knight, and now we have this position, knight d2, a mistake, because now h4 is coming, and black, again, we know black has no fears. Black has nothing to worry about in this position. And black wants to stream all his pieces into the game, and if he takes here and gets his queen on this side, then you could be in big trouble for sure. Also, don't forget that this pawn could push 1, 2, 3, 1, 2 at least down the board, depending on where this bishop goes, and this king has to be very careful. So all that's happening, open lines on this side, black's king, not even in question. No danger, nothing, zero, totally protected, and always ready to castle queenside just in case. What this move did is, if you now play the move f5, which shuts out this bishop, suddenly the move bishop to h6 appears out of nowhere. You thought you shut the position down, but unfortunately for you, this e3 square becomes a factor. This is why this knight didn't belong here, because then you could fight this bishop with bishop to c1, but now the bishop has switched diagonals. It can go to the e3 square, and what do you do about it? Like, who can defend the square? nobody, basically. Rook f3 runs into this move, knight to g5, and you're dancing, hoping somehow to get out of this position as black is placing his pieces on fantastic squares, every one of them, and the g5 could open. Just nothing good here for white. The only good news is that at least this piece is blocked out the game, but not a great position for him at all. This play, it seems, white just has, it lacks positional strength. It lacks foundation. It just looks like white's putting his pieces on squares as opposed to having some kind of organized plan. And each move a mistake, each move an inaccuracy. Black, in the meantime, is playing with more purpose, with logical pawn breaks, although he did miss out on the queen g5 idea. It looks like he still has command of this game.
Especially after the move h4. So it's such a natural move, of course, because it brings so many pieces into the king side with one swoop. It's kind of hard for white to actually even answer this move. Okay, we saw the problems with f5, and we saw the problems, obviously, with taking on h4 because the queen just comes in. But what is white supposed to do after h4? This is what I'm trying to wonder. It's already a difficult situation, quite honestly. I'm not entirely sure. This bishop on b2 is just so bad. So many times you want to just move it back to c1 so it can at least fight on the king side. This bishop on b2 is terrible.
His only move is looks like f5, honestly, because everybody's coming.
I mean, once I put the bishop on g4, I think that's lights out.
That's it.
That is lights out.
You've got to shut this piece out.
Yeah.
And I think that's what black is probably looking at, realizing that he's going to be missing this bishop. It'll end up on d7 at best, but it won't be a real participant in the game. And maybe he's worried that that's what's going to happen, although h4 just seems like it's demanded right now. He could play bishop g4 at the moment, it looks like.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a bad move. Perhaps if you see f5, you want to start with the move bishop g4. It's probably not the worst move I've ever seen. But actually, knight f3 is always that move that you wanted to play as white. I do remember. You are one tempo away from consolidating the king side. Actually,
right,
yeah.
because now bishop takes f3.
No, but that's a completely different scenario.
And now h4.
Or even, I actually wanted to take with the rook so that I can swing my own rook on this side of the board.
Nice.
And I have rook h3.
Right, as well.
Yeah, so this is actually a completely different scenario.
What I wanted to point out was that after bishop takes h4, that maybe maybe g4 to shut the lines down, but then again you get some potential weak dark squares on that side. So
that's what I'm worried about when I trade that bishop for the knight. You were mentioning this important exchange in chess, and he has played bishop g4, so I would respite again here for the American team because h4 was such a much stronger move immediately. Perhaps he was afraid of the move f5 locking out his bishop. Incorrect evaluation of the position here by Anton Smirnov. Li Rufeng, I think, is fully back in the game. If he plays the move knight f3, you have to avoid h4.
And I think Rufeng will realize that, and we've got an interesting strategic battle on our hand. Meanwhile, John Burke, let's check in on that game. That was that Dragendorf that intrigued us so much, especially in the opening moves.
So we left it off at bishop d5, and bishop g7 did occur. Bishop takes b7, and instead of taking on b7 as we were more or less expecting, he actually played this move rook b8, kind of fearless. The bishop's currently hanging, so I don't have time to play knight c6. Bishop takes c8 actually only helps black, because after rook takes c8, I'm threatening this knight on c3. For this reason, I think the most natural move to me would be the move rook b3, to just to defend the rook, and that in case the rook takes on b3, I at least fix my pawn structure. Although after queen c5, bishop c6, I have to see if I have anything concrete against castling. Bishop takes d7 actually. How do you oh, what am I saying? I'm going crazy. Bishop takes c7, and now the rooks are connected. I didn't say anything. So here I would have to figure out something kind of clever to continue with. Again, the retreat of the bishop to e3 seems a little bit on the tempting side, but I would have to think about this one. Not so clear.
But John instead chose to play bishop c6 immediately, so he didn't throw in that rook b3.
No, and after castle, I don't have really the ability. I could have, I guess, played rook b3, but in that case, I would have done it immediately. He instead takes on b8, and after knight takes b8, black clearly has a better pawn structure, but for the time being, white does have better development, especially now that I forced your knight back to b8, and he has to follow it up with the move rook b1, taking, again, control over this file. I don't expect the bishop to be a piece you can take. If you take on c6 and I take on c6, it's a little iffy to defend this pawn on e7. You might have to play rook e8, but I'm not fully enjoying having to do that. I suspect the bishop on c6
Yeah, because there might be like knight, bishop takes f6, and then knight d5.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is going to shut that bishop out of the defense of the e7 pawn.
Yes. Yes, exactly as you were mentioning. Once I trade on f6 and I put the knight on d5, this knight can come here and a double attack on this eventual bishop on f6. So knight c6 is possible, but I don't expect it. I think the move knight b d7, just with the idea of either knight c5 or knight e5, looks completely playable. I'm not finding a concrete refutation. White has recovered his pawn, so now he has still the strategic weakness of the worst pawn structure, but it's not the end of the world. And perhaps he has enough initiative to compensate against it. I still can't really tell who's better in this position. Really wild.
But yeah, you hit on it. I mean, it's a dynamic piece play that has to get white some counterplay here, because this is why people play dragon-like variations, because the pawns, it's not just because of the beautiful bishop on g7 and the potential to attack if your opponent castles queenside. A lot of it is that the endgames in the more simplified positions are great for black because that pawn structure is very pristine. So this could be bad for white if he doesn't drum up together some counterplay.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
And meanwhile, we've got an update on another very intriguing game, Maurice.
Yes, this game just keeps getting our attention because it looks like the critical one that may end first even, or be so bad for white that we're gonna give black the win. This move, bishop g4, we liked h4 a lot, but the difficulties in white's position actually are not going away, because the problem is, again, white has no initiative. White has no play anywhere, and black, after bishop g4, knight f3, just simply played queen d7. And he said, guess what? I'm going to castle, opposite side castle. And when you opposite side castle, what is a normal plan? Storming of pawns on the wings, right? I'm going to try to attack your king. You're going to try to open up lines against mine. Well, guess what? White's pawn storm is non-existent. Hasn't even started yet. You don't see any clouds in the sky. Meantime, down here, the G file is already open. There's going to be a rook landing on the G file. It may not be so easy to put a pawn on h4, although if you put a knight on h4, bishop f6 will threaten to capture it as well, and all of black's pieces are going to be good. Black just simply has a simple position to play. Nice, easy development, everything developed. King is about to be safe, and now white had better watch out, because if black castles and puts a rook on g8, it's just straightforward what's coming at him. This is still dangerous for white, especially since this piece is terrible. These pieces are just passive. I mean, look at the position. Clearly better for black.
Yeah, I have to agree that just visually speaking, this is not such a pleasant position to play for white. Doesn't really matter what the objective evaluation is sometimes of the positions. If you cannot find a practical plan, it just becomes really hard to play. And in this case, what is white's plan besides just parrying the threats on the king side?
Nothing. There's no plan. You might want to put a knight on d5. That's not going to do anything. You have to make sure black's knight doesn't get to d4 under good circumstances. And even if you put a knight on d5, what's your plan?
I think we were definitely more worried about the move h4 because it seemed almost winning. But the more I look at this, the more I have to agree with you, Maurice. It does still look kind of ugly.
White has no moves. What? If you gave white 3 moves, not obviously free captures of material, but what would white's 3 moves be? Well, how do you improve this position?
I don't know. Because
that's right. That's the telltale sign. You give black 3 moves, and he'll show you exactly what he's going to do. He's going to castle, put a rook on g8, open up that line, double, or look for h4 at the right point. Whatever the timing will be, maybe play bishop h3, whatever. He'll find his knight rerouted to e6 in some position. Black has easy moves. Everything is clear what black should be doing. Options existing everywhere. For white,
Knight d5 and b4.
Well, the knight's on e2 right now, but
I have 3 moves.
Well,
and those are your 3.
It's not very impressive.
It's not very impressive at all.
I do think he has to take on e5. I think he has to take on e5 and install a knight here on d5 as soon as possible. At least play with a superior pawn structure in the sense that after knight c3, d5, you don't want to achieve the f5 break as black because it opens up the g2 bishop. I think this is what you have to do. You take on e5, you take on e5, and then you go knight c3, and you hope that after knight d5, the knight itself is creating some sort of counterplay. You also open up the f-file for your rook, which might serve as a defensive purpose. At least this is what I would consider a top choice, because if I don't do anything, I'm going to be very scared of a quick castle. Now, the reason I'm not playing knight c3 immediately is that I'm extremely scared of takes, and you can see that this spin, oops, it's not a pin.
Yeah, sure.
The spin, the opening of the file, everything looks bad. So knight c3 is met with pawn takes f4, which is why I think you have to take on e5 first.
Well, by the way, if you take on e5, he doesn't have to take with the pawn and give you a gift.
Well, that's true, but taking with the knight is not necessarily going to be so super helpful for you. I mean, I'm still going to take here.
No, we'll take with, yeah, and bishop takes.
I'm still going to take everything because I don't have much of it. Actually, maybe
look at this position.
Maybe queen d2 first. Queen d2.
Castles.
I mean, I agree. I agree that black's better, but I mean, I'm trying to survive, right? I'm going to put a knight on f4, and I'm trying to maybe achieve d4.
Maybe I did something wrong. Hold on. I should kill this knight before it does anything stupid. Kill that knight.
You want to take here?
Yeah, but I didn't really want to take, but I'm just thinking that if I get you with this bishop on the g2 versus my knight, that I'll get this superior knight position.
And that would be great, but it's still going to take a while. And notice that you do have some light square weaknesses. My bishop on h3 will be quite nice. It's not so easy.
No, definitely not as easy. Also, maybe the knight takes was the first mistake. Maybe bishop takes was better.
Or you could take on f3 at some point as well. That's always needs to be checked.
Take on an f3 here?
At first I thought e6 was good, but you just have pawn takes e6, so that never works.
No, e6 is very strange because it covers all of black's weaknesses, right? I mean, I just cover everything. Yeah. No, probably you take with the rook. You take with the rook. And, I mean, this rook's obviously going to be headed to f5.
Yeah. No, don't take the knight. The bishop has to stay on the board. Bishop takes.
Okay, bishop takes, I'm still going to play queen d2. I don't see why I would change my approach. I really don't want to take any bishop that lands on e5, I really don't want to take it, because then, of course, it justify you taking with the bishop, as the bishop on g7 was a bad piece.
All right, so queen d2. Is he castling queenside here?
He might. I mean, I still want to try to get d4 in at some point, because you're attacking me, you're going to kill me on the king side. I need to create something somewhere. I might as well try to do this. I don't even know if it works, but at least I'm creating threats.
Right. It's black to move, yeah? Castles?
You can castle. No problem with that. And here I'm going to play d4.
The engine's not happy with this move.
Well, I don't know about the engine, but I'm just playing human moves here, because if I don't play something along the lines of d4, what am I doing?
Maybe I should take on b2 first. Something looks fishy about your position.
I agree, but I'm just trying to blame
now
me.
I want to castle.
Castle, and I'm still trying to play d4. Nah, but this, I mean, obviously I have to agree that black is better. I'm just trying to figure out what to do with white.
Yeah.
Because if I sit for a couple of moves, then obviously you're just going to castle rook g8, and what am I ever going to do in that position? I have to try to do something with the white pieces.
Which is the only sentence you need to say.
Yeah.
That tells it all. I have to do something with the white pieces.
Well, yeah, especially considering the U.S. deficit in this match. One person who I feel like is doing something with the white pieces is Carissa Yip. I kind of like her game against Bibisara Asagobayeva, who does outrate her and who started this tournament with a perfect 2-0. This was one of her Roy Lopez's, but it seems like everything's gone well for white in the last few moves.
Yeah, it's not too much has changed. We left it off already around here, and after pawn takes, I was mentioning the move knight c3, and we're just going to get a pretty standard Spanish position. She decided not to take with the queen, which I'm a little curious about. I think she was afraid of b4, but I thought she had to move rook a7 intermediate, which saves the piece, basically. Although it might not be a big deal. Taking with the knight also seems pretty natural to me. Knight d7 and knight takes d4, and this kind of scenarios are supposed to be a very, very small advantage for the white pieces. Nothing special. This one, I think it's a slightly bigger advantage than usual because the pawn on b5 is particularly weak, and also because black has almost zero control over the d5 square, which means I'm not afraid of you pushing any kind of d5 anytime soon. That being said, after the move bishop f6, this is usually considered to be almost equality for black, as the only weakness truly is the pawn on d6, and it can be quite covered with piece play like knight e5 and other kind of moves. Definitely, I would take white any day, although the advantage is definitely not great.
Yeah, I like that. I like white from the positional and the piece play point of view, which is always nice. Maurice got an update for us on another under-14 game.
Yeah, not a great update for the U.S. team. Abdusadarov has found a way to win a pawn now, cleanly so. There will be no question that he's going to win it. He did capture on e4 with a knight. That did not win the pawn, as after d takes rook h5, b5, the queen did not have to move off of the square, and after b5, this move, the pin still remains on this line. So bishop drops back to e2, and the pawn is adequately defended for the moment. So here, he could have just relaxed, chased the rook away, for example, as one move g6. Instead, he pulled his queen all the way back to d8. Not clear why he felt the need to do this move, although he did unpin himself, sure, but he didn't need to worry about it just yet, as white wasn't playing bishop c4 or anything like that. Maybe he was worried about the move a4 attacking on this line, but nevertheless, not necessary. Queen c2, and now this pawn about to be round up. Queen to e7 was the only move according to the ancient, at least the best move. Instead, he played g6, and now rook h4, and there are three things attacking this pawn, and you don't dare try to play a move like f5 in this position. You're just asking for it, and somehow my pawn is frozen in space. Oh, there we go, on the square. You play f5, you're asking for it after queen b3 check, opening up this long diagonal, what to do. You play something like king to g7, and we all know the juicy sacrifice of queen check and what's the king to do. You can march all you want to, castles, and here comes the rook. Your king is about to die on this square before the game has even started virtually. So rook h4, attacking this pawn 3 times. You simply can't defend it enough times. You're only defending it once. So knight takes e4 is on tap. If you play a move like knight to f6, then simply knight takes e4. There's no pin action in the position because white can just flick out knight takes with check, and that's that. So black is going to go down a pawn with 0 compensation and just pray for rain. But it looks like this one's going to be a drought, and he should lose this game.
Well, we were talking about this even from the very early opening, that we were not very happy with the way that Andrew had placed his pieces, especially his pawn structure. It all seemed very strange, and I have to agree, this queen a5, queen d8 idea, I'm not entirely sure why that's on the board. Currently, the move f5, even if it didn't lose immediately, is so risky that I wouldn't seriously consider it. It just kind of feels like a losing move. Even if it didn't have the winning combination, that's actually not very difficult to find. So f5 really wouldn't cross my mind. I mean, f5 is just basically giving away the game. So I assume that he's going to give up a pawn and then grovel, but it's not a very nice grovel here. I mean,
he's not giving up a pawn. He's getting taken from him.
Yeah.
He's just losing the pawn.
Yeah, it's not a very pretty position. I have to say this is a really bad position for Andrew Hong to be in, because in many scenarios, I mean, we're going to continue the attack after I take the pawn by long castling and putting a rook on h1. And you're going to be down a pawn and facing down the barrel of these 2 rooks on the h file. Definitely not a nice position here for Team USA.
So if you had to predict this match right now, give us a breakdown. What would your score be?
Let's see. We actually haven't looked at the top game at all, which is Esipenko against Jeffrey Xiong. And the reason we haven't looked at that game is because it's extremely boring. It's a really nice approach, I think, from the world team. They have white in against the top-rated player in the tournament, and they say, let's just play a variation in which not much is happening. Perhaps you can push minimally in a symmetrical position, and you're never going to lose. And that's exactly what they're doing, taking on c5 early in the Queen's Gambit accepted type of positions. So I cannot imagine this game ending in anything that's not a draw. Sometimes black gets squeezed in this kind of positions, but I mean, I assume that Jeffrey, being the higher-rated player, is going to be able to not really get into too much trouble. That looks like a draw. Sevian.
Wild position. Very unbalanced.
Not sure I like his position too much because I always like the bishops here. So let's say that's a draw. Burke, I mean, this could go either way. I have no idea what's going to happen in Burke's game. I'm going to leave it as an incognito. I really don't like Rufeng's position, especially after the move Queen D2. This is a blank board. Let's see. Oh, I haven't seen a Wonders game in a while.
Another one of our Roy's.
It doesn't seem anything too special, but I like white better. I like white better in this position. He has this annoying move d5, and now this knight has to either sacrifice the structure by putting itself on e5, which gives me a pass pawn, especially nice because it's blocking this bishop out, or going to a ridiculous square like knight a5 or knight d8, where the knight's really going to be as a very unhappy camper.
And the bishop on b7, not too happy either. Kind of reminds you of Rufeng Li's bishop on b2 with the phalanx there staring at.
Yeah.
It's like white's easier to play here.
Definitely. I like white in a Wonder's position. So let's say a Wonder wins. I would.
Okay, that's like a big if.
They asked me for predictions, and I have to.
Yeah,
give
we
a
got
result.
We got to predict.
I have to give a result. Okay, no Dirbeck should have no problems against Andrew Hung from this position. Carissa, I expect this kind of positions to usually fizzle out, so I expect a draw in Carissa's game. Mostly because of the position than anything else. And I haven't seen Martha's game in a long time.
Very interesting development in that game.
Because you're going to be taking on c4 here with the knight very soon. It feels like it's about equal. It feels about equal in this position. I don't know. Hard to say. It feels like Black's has solved a lot of problems. I think this is also going to end in a draw.
So it sounds like I feel like if I added that right, you have this sort of standstill this match.
For now. For now.
That's your prediction for now. So you predict the standstill. Okay. Maurice.
Yeah, it looks pretty balanced right now, to be honest. It looks pretty balanced in this situation, although with one clear loss in the books that I'm giving the Andrew Hung game a just complete loss. That everything else just looks like a fight. So
yeah,
I can't say
it's too early, honestly.
It's a little too early, but I think the world team is not going down this round. Let's say that the +2 that the U.S. team needs, it is going to take an amazing confluence of events to cause them to lose this round, for the U.S. team to win this round and for world team to go down 2. I don't think they're going to make up the 2 points or cut that deficit in half that we were expecting. Just the world is playing so solidly. Just no issues on the clock, solid positions. I mean, they are looking like they're playing good positional chess. Some mistakes, sure, but not big enough that you would say, oh, wow, there goes a one that we're going to win. Doesn't look like they're easy wins anywhere. So, but it's obviously still too early to call. But right now, the best prediction I have is world not going down this round.
Yeah, it seems difficult. I especially like their approach in many games. They're just playing solid positional chess against some of the high-rated players, especially against Sevian. Very positional approach here, playing against Catalan. I like this Queen's Gambit accepted that Esipenko has chosen, pretty much nullifying any chances of Jeffrey creating some wild complications and trying to win. They already saw that Jeffrey was extremely well prepared in the Groomfield earlier, and they probably didn't want to take any chances. I don't know. I feel like it's a very solid round so far. Definitely Andrew Hung in a lot of trouble, but fight in most of the boards.
Yeah,
well, we forgot about Rufeng Li as well. Rufeng Li doesn't look
we didn't
great
count that one.
In that game.
That's true.
And the way that's been trending, he might survive that one, but that might be a -2 for the U.S. team. Just the way it's been trending. I mean, it's not over by any means.
No.
Go to that position.
I think that
There's
balances
still a long
out.
fight.
Yeah, I think that balances out the good position that a Wonder has, which again, far cry from calling it a win, but it's.
Yeah, but a Wonder has a good position. Which would you prefer to have, Black in this game or a Wonder in that position?
Okay, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, you take Black any day. Just forget it, because you already know exactly what to do here and what's about to happen. This is not a pleasant edge. This is like, yum yum, here I come. So this one, bigger in the sense of the advantage. Although, of course, I mean, again, it balances out. Both players are very strong. So this is definitely going in Black's favor, and the one in the wonder is going in White's favor, but not by much. It's just a good position. There is a position that I had on the board a second ago that I'd like to look. Wow, look, she did it. Very impressive. This is a typical maneuver in this opening, and I just love the way these young players understood it. This is when you know these kids can play, and these young ladies are showing that they can play. After this capture, let's go one move back, right in the situation. White took on c5. Now, if Black takes with the pawn, White plans to take again on the square. So what Black did in this position is Black first took on c4. So now you have these pawns, it's like reversed positions. The Black pawn ahead of the White pawn. That looks somewhat odd, only could happen this way. And now the move b4. Wants to take this back, but wants you to take this under negative circumstances. Now here, the Indians did the very astute maneuver a6, stopping the move b5 so that you can take this pawn, and b5 does not happen. Very deep move. Take a look at that defensive idea. Keep that in mind if you play this kind of structure. This is the kind of move you want to play to keep the game right. Instead, she took immediately, and White understood right now to play b5. Now this pawn is going to get in her clutches. It's not going anywhere. And now she has this 2-against-1 structure on the other side. That is what manifested itself because a6 was not played. Now with a knight on c4, there's going to be a nice little edge to milk. Nothing winning, but nice for White. Black decided now to play c3, get the pawn off of the square, forking these pieces. And now after queen takes, the next move will be c4. And suddenly there is no blockade. You don't want to play knight takes in this position because suddenly bishop d5 and your knight is under heavy fire. You're struggling hard trying to defend this piece, but it's not going to help as you're about to drop the knight on c4. So the pawn on c4 changes everything, changes the position, and gives Black more space. The threat is knight d5 now, chasing the queen away. Well, sorry, not exactly now. The threat will happen, but this diagonal is a problem. But Black will now look for chances here. If White plays a4, Black can actually play the move a5, and what this does is gives the move bishop to b4 as a move, and now it starts to get dynamic play for Black. But Black didn't have to allow this pawn to sit on the b5 square, so challenges for her here. But interesting the way those three moves, the three move pairs at least, d takes b4, followed by this, followed by b5, followed by c3. Very interesting pawn dances by the young players. It's just amazing to watch these players have those moves in their repertoire at such a young age, to understand the challenges of squares, of weak pawns, of majorities. It's just incredible, the talent at this young an age.
Well, we do have a big move in the Rufeng game, as this is a move that if he wins, we will call it resourcefulness. If he ends up losing the game, we will call it desperation. As, of course, we're talking about the commentator bias after the games. This was something that we see a lot in chess publications. He's played the move b4.
Outcome bias, that's right.
Yeah. The b4 move here, blasting open file, I think. I'm not entirely sure. You basically
hey, this was my suggestion. Put a knight on d5 and play b4.
I'm not sure there's
that
a
was
knight
before
on
the castle
d5.
queen side, though.
Nor there is a knight on d5. But okay, after b4, I mean, I'm not sure why you shouldn't take it.
Well, you know, Rufeng, in that other game, you mentioned that he's not that sensitive to material, that he really likes to sacrifice, especially when he's down a little bit. I'm remembering the game where he was in bad shape and he played takes on b6, giving up an exchange.
Right. Although I'm wondering specifically what it does.
Well, it gives him d4 is what it does.
d4?
Yeah.
d4 here?
Can't you?
Ah, that's the idea. Because, I mean, otherwise you're just giving up a pawn.
You just give a pawn away for nothing.
Right.
He gets to play. He's in the game.
Yeah, it's worse, but in the game.
Right.
He's going to be down a pawn, but he's back. He's not back in the game. He's worse, but at least the game becomes a little bit more double-edged.
Let's go through this.
Knight takes d4, and of course, if you ever take on d4 with a pawn, I'm going to be able to regain the piece with queen takes b4. And here, material wouldn't really matter. It's just whose king is weaker, and that's going to be a tough sell. Probably you should just keep the structure that you have on the queen side and play a move like rook h. I'm assuming rook h g8 because it defends the bishop.
And now bishop takes f3 might be a threat.
I'm going to say, Yeah, he's back in fighting spirits and in a fighting mood, but it's still just a pawn as far as I can see. Black is obviously better.
I don't know. This is a yeah. Okay, you're right, but
it's a move. It's a
much rather
fighting
play
move.
this position than
sit
the
down
other
and
position.
die.
Sit down and watch the guy pile up on you and crush you.
No, I agree.
This one here looks like you have some chances. You got your pawn out of the way, some open lines. It's almost like a la Benko sacrifice with the move b4.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you at least have a B file that you can pile up on. At least you have an idea.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's what we were saying. You had nothing to look at.
Right.
Now you actually have something to look at. D4 that's beautiful to me. This is fighting chess now. He's back in the hunt, trying to fight, and D4 is absolutely what he's going to play right now. And
Well, I don't think knight takes before happened yet, did it?
It did happen.
Oh, it did? All right.
Yeah, of course.
it did
Well,
happen.
not a lot of choice. If your opponent plays before, you have to punish it. And the only way to do that is by taking it with the knight. If you take it with the pawn, then of course after d4, white has definite compensation. He's actually taking on e5 first, which
What?
I'm kind of curious about. If he takes twice on e5, I'm not sure his king's going to survive. So after taking on e5, I'm assuming that I take on e5 with the pawn. I'm also considering bishop
can
takes
also take on
f3.
f3, yeah.
But I actually don't see the need to do this. Pawn takes e5. I assume that a knight takes e5 is the idea. I wanted to take with the bishop. Bishop takes, and then just play the simple move rook hg8. I guess the computer's not very happy about what I'm doing.
You might be able to play...
No, but I like my idea. I don't know why the computer doesn't like it.
Can you take on d... I wonder if taking on d3 is possible, because there is a knight hanging on e2 at the end of the line.
I'm sorry, but with here? Or where?
Yeah, here, exactly. Because at the end of the line...
And if I take...
Oh, the rook is hanging.
The rook's hanging.
Yeah, right. I was thinking I could take on e2 after that. Though.
Well, if you're going to be so materialistic,
knight takes d3,
you might as
bishop
well
h8,
play...
bishop takes e2.
Well, if you're going to go for this line, just play rook he8, right? Because I attack the bishop, so you can take on d3 next move.
Right.
Right. This makes a lot more sense since you don't give up the rook. And, well, this might actually be the way.
This looks like money.
Bishop wherever, I don't know, f4, I guess. Queen takes d3. And yeah, I mean, I agree. It's a pawn. If you're able to take a pawn on d3, it's just a pawn.
Why is he taking? Is he really taking to win the pawn on e5? That's his point?
I don't know. I mean, it looks like it. Because, I mean, visually this goes back to the visual, I don't want to trade my bishops kind of thing, right? Because you have this powerful bishop in the dark squares now that doesn't have any counter, and it's clearly a much more open position. But of course, the more you analyze and you see this moves and your idea of taking on d3, I mean, once I take on d3, I have to agree that I don't really see any compensation. Because precisely what you were looking at, the knight on e2 is now a constant target, which means that I have more than enough time to regroup my position. And this looks, what does Yasser like to say, the pawn in the compensation?
By the way, he took on f3.
Gingy, but Yasser likes to repeat it, that's for sure.
He played bishop takes knight on f3,
which we also thought was
which is a pawn. It's going to be a clean pawn as well. But whenever I see materialistic tendencies, you know me, I'm just anti-materialist, and when I see that, I feel like you're not milking as much energy as you can out of the position. Now that said.
I mean, it still looks very logical because the bishops are still trapped, if you will, behind the pawn on e5. I'm going to have the move knight g5 coming pretty soon. I mean, I'm going to be able to play f6, knight g5, or something along these lines. And once I achieve f6, knight g5, I'm going to have h4 in the position. It also looks very logical to me.
Yeah, but it doesn't look as... yes.
I really don't mind it. I really don't mind taking on f3 because all throughout we see a very close position, and
but isn't the rook ending up on f5 and bishop on h? Or I guess that's not going to go far.
The problem for white is going to still be the same thing. So you have two major weaknesses: the king on a g1, which I can always target with my rooks. That means h4 is always in the books, and your pawn on d3. So you can't really move your rook from f3. The pawn's going to be hanging, and it's going to be a second pawn. You cannot give away that much material. While at the same time, I have really prevented you from activating a lot of your pieces. I actually like what Anton is doing. Perhaps the engine likes the other variation more, but I have no problem with what he's chosen. I think from a practical point of view, this makes a lot of sense to me. You open up the d file without opening up the bishop on b2. Looks good.
And I don't like That light squared bishop, if it gets to h3,
that's a huge if.
That's a big if.
That's a big if.
All right, but let's play this position.
Okay.
So,
sir,
I would like to put a rook on f5.
I know you do.
And
but you're not going to.
That's going to get some stuff. Let's start by protecting the d pawn. So actively, queen e3 first.
Queen e3, and okay, you're attacking my pawn here on c5. I probably should defend it. I really don't want to give this guy away. Let's just play b6.
Let's protect the pawn. Let's protect the pawn.
With
rook d1.
Rook d1 seems very logical. I agree. And I'm going to play my little maneuver that I wanted to play. This is what I was mentioning. f6, knight g5.
f6. Okay, and I'm going to play rook f5.
I know that you want to play rook f5, but here, that's where you're going to end your ideas, because you definitely want to play bishop h3, right? I'm going to put knight g5.
I can't take on e5.
Oh, you can, but it's funny how this guy changes from materialistic as...
No, I'm trying to make sure your pieces don't become any better.
No, so, but now...
Okay, so now I take on...
With the queen or the rook?
I take with the queen.
And then bishop h6. And I am licking my chops against that king, because I don't know why the computer only has this small minus on my thermometer. I'm not looking at the variations because I am kind of blind.
Come on, queen h4.
No way. How are you surviving this? I have a bishop on e3. Look at your bishop.
What are you talking about? Bishop is going to end up on h3. King over somewhere, h2.
King h2. And you're saying white's fine in this position?
I'm just saying I'm trying to fight. I'm not saying I'm fine. I'm just trying to fight. Your h-pawn may hang. My bishop wants to go to h3. It's just the only thing I've got hang my hat on is a bishop on h3. Oh, by the way, knight c3. That's the other idea. If I get my knight to d5, if I put my knight on d5, you won't be so happy. Plus, your pawn on e5 is hanging.
I agree. Something went wrong here for me. Perhaps you are convincing me that I am not playing in the best way. I really like my move f6. I don't know if the computer will be able to find something better, but I liked the idea of f6, knight g5. Perhaps I misplayed it at some point. If you have bishop takes e5, it's kind of a hassle.
Maybe you can get knight c2 in somewhere in that variation.
Like a knight c2 intermediate that I'm missing?
But what is it? No, knight c2, I can always attack your knight and then take whatever lands on d4.
Yeah, not so easy, actually. Perhaps I'm overestimating Black's position, because I gotta agree that I'm not finding any real way of making huge progress.
You know what? The thing is, once you take once you play bishop takes knight, that's the move that I gravitate towards. Once you play bishop takes knight, to me, you need to make sure my bishop doesn't really wake up, and also, more importantly, you need to make sure I don't dominate the light squares. Because you've given away the light squares. In a semi-King's Indian type of position, you've given away the light squares. So if I start to place things on the light squares and you're not dominating me on the dark squares after this trade, then I start to feel like, why am I just dead? Like, can't I resist along that color complex? And that's why I'm a little concerned about bishop takes f3, which is materialistic straight. That's not like so positionally minded, right? It's just, I'm going to keep my pawn, forget about you, I'm not giving it back to you. And when I see people play like that, then I feel like I'm going to have some fighting chances. And that's why I'm not so impressed by bishop takes f3.
No, I agree. I have to go back on my decision. I thought bishop takes f3 was just as good as the other line, but definitely the other line seemed to me to be much more convincing. He's played something, the move knight c3, and I guess, yeah, he's going to go to d5 as soon as possible. That makes a lot of sense, and I'm assuming that if Black wants to create some real threats, he should play the move f6 immediately, knight g5 and h4, and try to create some actual attack on the king side as soon as possible.
As these games continue to get interesting, still very unclear here who's going to take the lead today. Of course, the world with a huge edge going into the match, but this match very much up in the air. And we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with more as these Match of the Millennial games heat up.
A moment comes in chess when you need to test yourself at a different level. Chess 24 Premium offers the tools that you need to reach your maximum potential. From hundreds of interactive video lessons to becoming part of the Chess 24 community. You can analyze with friends or coach your students live. You get 24/7 coverage of chess news and events, access to premium analysis and commentary, and the chance to interact with grandmasters and other top players and coaches. Get advice from the best and even challenge them to a battle. Be the best chess player you can be. It's time to level up your game with Chess24 Premium Membership.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Hello and welcome back to the match of the Millennials, where we have the best young U.S. players facing off against some of the best players in the world. It's been really thrilling so far, but the U.S. team trailing by quite a lot, and big game for them today. Are they going to be able to fight back, claw their way back into this match?
Well, the positions today are not the most hopeful for that, as it does seem that, as Maurice put it earlier, let's put it this way, the world team doesn't seem like they're going to lose today's matches. Let's take a look at what is going on, however, in the specific games.
And we've got an update from Maurice in a game that's been really thrilling us throughout this round.
Well, this game, Alejandro, followed the way you wanted to see it happen without any of the fight that I put up against you in this line. And maybe there was some other way to do it for Black that would have consolidated the issues a little bit faster. But the way Rufeng did it was not what he really should have done, because now you got everything that you wanted for nothing. And there was no bishop takes e5 to worry about with the timing of it, because h4 is happening right now, one move too quickly. And because of that, in fact, even two moves too quickly, because you had to waste the tempo playing the move b6. So h4 now is on the board, and it just looks like you have everything you want. And it looks now that indeed Black is much better in this position, a pawn up with the attack starting to roll, and White looking around to see how you're going to deal with this pawn that's steaming down the board. G4 would be a move you would like to play, except when H3 lands on the board, your bishop has to go somewhere. It looks like this is the only move. And then this move, H2, and suddenly your king is really getting squeezed. And the main problem is, now the pawn is on H2, let's say you put your king to the F1 square, is this move, knight to E6. And now everything is coming. Bishop is coming to H6. This file is going to be an issue. This pawn is always just going to sit here on H2, and there's no easy way to corral it. And even if you did, you would just open up a file for something nasty to happen on the H file. So Black, the difference between kings, totally apparent. Safe king on this side. Black with the extra pawn and with the compensation, looking really bad right now for Rufeng Li.
Yeah, especially this move 96 that you were mentioning really puts that clamp down on those dark squares. You're mentioning that if you're going to give up the light square bishop, you better have that initiative in the dark squares, and 96 is really what seals it. This weakness of the F4 square, once the G3 pawn disappears, the weakness of D4 that I can combine it now with the other knight. I'm going to ignore your knight on D5. Yes, it's a pretty knight, but what is it doing exactly? And let's not forget, once the knight goes to E6, I'm fully ready to incorporate my bishop into the attack. The bishop on G7 is going to land on H6. I gotta say, it's not the extra pawn that's worrying me here on behalf of Anton Smirnov. It's the attack and the initiative on the king side.
And we've got a lot of movement in other games as well. Let's take a look at another game where we really like the world position. Is that continuing to go in the trend against Andrew Hong? That's that Abdusattorov game.
Yeah, Abdusattorov had to really calculate a couple of lines, but they're not the hardest. After queen c2, g6, we left it off here after knight f6, and he didn't take the pawn. Now, of course, taking on e4 doesn't allow me to have any kind of pins on the rook, because I just discover on e8 with check, and I've solved all of my problems. And if you take with the rook, as he did in the game, after rook takes e4, yes, you are going to get this spin, but it doesn't actually do very much. Andrew Hong threw in a check first. Obviously, I cannot block with the queen because the rook needs protection. But after king f1, and I'm assuming rook bishop f5 is the idea, and I play bishop d3, that's pretty much the end of the counterplay. You're going to have to mass exchange on e4, but pawn on c6 is weak. I'm up a pawn in an endgame. My king is no weaker than yours. Actually, I would argue that the king on g8 is more potentially a vulnerability than the king on f1, as I'm going to be able to play g4, g5, and really potentially attack on the h-file. So yeah, it doesn't seem like Andrew has fixed any of his problems. If anything, I'd say that I like the way that White's playing.
Let's take an update on the Sam Sevian game. That's something we haven't looked at recently.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's also not very happy news, as Haik Martirosyan, who had a really nice comeback game today against Jeffrey Xiong after losing horribly yesterday, He definitely finds himself in the driver's seat in this kind of Catalan position. We were looking at the fact that he stole a page from Aronian's book that he played earlier this year in Vaikanze, and I gotta say, this doesn't look very pretty. The pair of bishops is quite strong. The structure on a black's camp is severely under attack. But most importantly, this knight on b8 is just stuck. You cannot develop the knight because the pawn on c6 is always going to be hanging. You don't want to do straight-up trades. For example, if you take on a3, yes, you develop the knight, congratulations, but now you've opened up, I probably should take the one on d5 just by the way, but yeah, you've opened up the bishop on the d5 square, the long diagonal, have a pass pawn on d4, and of course there's problems against the king. That's the main issue. There are now problems against the king. You see the f7 square a little bit on the weak side. So, I don't know. I really don't like Sam's position. The last move that was played, bishop d2, I was not a huge fan of. I thought the move queen b3 was really going to tighten that noose around Sam's position. But even after the bishop d2, just safeguarding the pair of bishops, I still like white by a fair margin.
Well, yeah, it looks really beautiful for white. Is it as bad as it looks for black?
Yes.
That's not a good sign.
Well, I mean, when you don't have a knight to develop, it is pretty bad. And you can see it in his body language. He's hunched over. He's trying to look for resources. He's down on the clock considerably. 26 minutes on the clock. Yes, he is that much worse.
Play the move f6 on this board.
f6 here?
Yeah.
I guess I should retreat. I don't know if I have any tactics.
Yeah, you're looking at what, knight c6?
Oh, knight c6 and rook c6, but I don't think they work. I'm just going to go back.
Okay, and now, where does this knight... I did all this to develop my knight.
That's the problem, right? But if you develop the knight, somebody always has to keep defending this guy on c6. I'm going to start exploiting it. I didn't know if queen b3 first or knight e3 first. But the knight, yes, you got it to d7. Congratulations. And where is it going next?
Oh, it has nowhere to go.
It has nowhere to go. That's the thing. The knight's still dead. You don't have b6, you don't have f6, you don't have a way to get it into the game.
Okay, so that all said, back up. Now that we've seen those two moves, what about rook e7 instead?
That's probably the move that I would play. Rook e7, perhaps with the idea of rook e8, at least trying to simplify the position. The problem is going to always be around this move. That's the point of bishop d2, is to prepare queen b3 further. And this pressures both the pawn on b6 and adds pressure to the pawn on c6 because I am tactically threatening the pawn in many variations after knight takes c6 and simply taking on d5. Now, for now, this doesn't work because if I take on c6 and you take with the knight, the pawn on d4 at the end is going to hang. So for now, this is not really a super threat.
Oh, so double?
Yeah, I should double. And here, I probably should rearrange my rook somehow. I'm not sure how. There's rook b1 to threaten your pawn or something like that. Remember, I always have bishop takes d5, queen takes b6. Something along these variations, and unfortunately f6 is just never a move.
Right, because then we always have knight c6 with coming with such force. That's why I was wondering about actually the weird-looking move bishop g5, allowing f6, and then we could play knight c6. But I guess the problem is we're hanging something.
Bishop g5, f6. The problem is the bishop is hanging, and I actually have to calculate if this works because once you remove the bishop from the d2 square, this is actually a pin, right? So I don't have knight c6.
So you don't have knight c6, so you would have to try, yeah.
Yeah, so this might work, I don't know, because rook c6 is in the position. I would have to calculate this out. And, well, we might as well. Rook takes c6, knight takes c6. I'm assuming I take with the queen. Takes, king should go to f8. If I go to h8, I have knight f7 probably. Bishop takes c6, and actually this kind of works for white. I mean, the final position...
I thought you were going to f8.
Going to f8?
I thought that's what you said.
That's what I said.
Yeah, you said you were going to go to f8, and you went to h8.
Oh, this is what happens when you do commentary for 8 hours a day.
And bishop c6 anyway, though.
Yeah, but bishop c6, but okay, this is different because now the rooks are defended, obviously. So, I mean, I can play rook c8 or something along this lines, and I don't have the annoying knight g6 check that I had in the other variation. It's a long line, but probably a little bit unnecessary here because all of white's pieces are hanging, right? I don't know.
Yeah, unnecessary, but just goes to show how dangerous the position is. That you know, that f pawn is really pinned down to the ground, so it's not going to help you with your defense. But
it's an ugly position for Sevian, honestly. He has to come back from an ugly, ugly spot at this moment.
That's right, and we've got an update on another important game, Maurice.
Well, this one at least, the U.S. team has to be feeling pretty positive about the developments in this game, because after all those funky pawn moves we saw, and then this close down with b5, c3, queen takes c3, instead of playing c4, which I thought was simply her idea to make sure that she's not blockaded on c4 square, Martha played knight b6, a bit of a dubious move, and absolutely correct here was the move a4. There's no question about it. She should have played this. This is what the whole point of b5 was, is to get this going. Instead, in this position, the move queen c2, avoiding the fork on d5. But guess what? You give me one chance to do it. I didn't do it. Now I will. And here is c4 in the position with the ideas of c3 and knight d5 and forks again. Bishop c3, knight f to d5. And suddenly black's pieces have come alive in this position. And black is back in business. Threats of knight c3 and bishop to f6 abound. And guess what she did in this position? Had to play knight back to b1. We remember this happening in a possible construction. It was the game Martosian, this game where he could have gotten all his pieces on this side. Well, now they're all there. I mean, this is just not a happy position for white at all, having to bring the knight back to the b1 square. Suddenly, black is just doing amazingly well. In terms of being real specific in this position, odd move to me, knight to b4, attacking the queen and daring the queen to find a square. Remember, knight c2 is a big threat. If you play something like queen to b2 already, bishop takes f3, and then after bishop takes f3, knight to a4, and suddenly the problems on this diagonal, the problems on knight c2, wow, concrete threats jumping all over the place against white. So, knight b1. The moment you see this move, if you're black, you're rubbing your hands together.
That's
Thank
right.
goodness. The knight just went back to b1 with the rook in the corner. There must be something here in this position. Although I have to say, knight b4 is counterintuitive to have to find this move right now. So we'll see whether or not that is the only way to play. I doubt it, but that looks like the best way according to the engines.
And we've got a blunder alert in the under 17 section. Alejandro, John Michael is suddenly in big trouble in that game that we actually at some point really liked for white.
I'm not sure if we liked it that much, but we thought it was an interesting struggle. And it could go either way.
That's
Unfortunately, now we know which way it's going. With John Michael, I gotta say, of course I respect him as a chess player. He's a strong international master. He's nearing 2,500. He gets Kasparov coaching, but this is his third blunder this tournament. Something's happening that he hasn't found his stride. He lost the first game in a completely winning position against Aryan Chopra, dropping a queen in one move in the final position. In the game that he lost against Esipenko, we really liked his position, and in one move, that evaluation flipped completely. In this game, after bishop e3, queen h5, I was looking at the idea of playing f3, just to solidify this pawn here, and obviously to prevent the move that's coming up, knight g4, or even h3. I was wondering if I could just put the other pawn if I didn't like to weaken my dark squares. The move knight d2 struck me as a little bit strange, but okay. I thought knight g4, and the idea, I guess, was what he did, completely overlooking his opponent's resources. After bishop f4, I guess he forgot that queen c5 is a very easy double attack against the bishop on c6 and the pawn on f2. And that's the game. You can't give up such an important pawn for free, but also you cannot give up a bishop. So
that's right, and you can't get away with playing knight d4 because there's just two pieces on it. I mean, it's just there's no way here to defend both the f2 pawn and the bishop on c6. I kind of wonder if the reason he missed this tactic, this double attack, which should be so standard for him, a player of his level, is because the queen just came from c5, so there was like some kind of mental block. Well, he went queen c5 to h5. Why would he go back there?
I think Maurice has an excellent DVD on why grandmasters miss certain things. I'm sure that he has an insight on these kind of details. That being said, for me, at the player for this level, it's quite an unforgivable mistake.
Absolutely, and the ghost of the protected square in this position, c5, as you mentioned, and was protected in the game. So when he plays knight de2, this square is just protected. There is nothing on c5. You simply can't go there, it looks like. But after knight g4, to put the bishop on f4, suddenly the c5 square comes alive, and you would think he would have seen it, but retaining the ghost image in his mind to go to this square and now suddenly back to c5. What's worse for me is queen h5 threatens the move knight to g4, and the very simple and solid f3 just shuts everything down on this side. I'm not sure why he didn't just play this move. I mean, everything is shut down. There's nothing to do over here for Black whatsoever in this game, in this position. So why don't you just stop it from happening? I'm just befuddled by the way he's played this tournament. Definitely not one of his best events for sure. And the kind of large mistakes you're talking about, Alejandro, you might see it once in a tournament. Maybe you see it twice.
Twice in a 9-round tournament.
In a 9-round tournament, exactly. Yeah. To see it happen 3 times is this his 4th game?
4th or 5th, something like that.
I mean, this just not making any sense. He's feeling the pressure of this event and just playing some howlers.
I think it's that
no other way to say it. And I think that first game, though, really cost him a lot.
Yeah.
That shock of the first game of blundering his queen. He was easily winning. He was cruising to victory at one point. Played really well to maintain all the energy in that game, and then to fritter it all away from not just a win to not a draw, a loss in one move. And he's been punch drunk ever since.
That's right. I mean, it's a psychological trauma, I think, just to lose a game where you have the extra queen, even though it was going to be a lot of work after the way that he played it to try to win or even draw that game.
But lose it. Losing
it in just one move like that is just psychologically devastating. So that's like a mental game thing that it's tough to work on, especially when you have 2 games a day, because you don't have that recovery period.
Well, but he hasn't been playing 2 games a day.
That's true. He's had a day off.
I'm pretty sure this is his 4th game. He has been benched twice already, and
so not every day.
And I have the feeling he's going to be benched thrice because this is just an unforgivable mistake. I understand there's a lot of pressure. He's still young. This is probably one of the first tournaments where he plays in such a stage, with commentary and the TV on you. It's difficult sometimes to play. And you also are feeling that you're letting the team down. It's hard to focus. But, I mean, I got to say, he's a player who's nearing the Grandmaster title. He's well over 2450, if I'm not mistaken. These kind of things need to stop happening at some point, and right now he's just completely lost. He just played the move h3. Black, I don't know why he wouldn't take on f2 with the check. You might as well. It's a free pawn. That's a very important free pawn.
A very important free pawn.
And I just followed up with either knight to e5. Of course, since the bishop's hanging, I don't have time to take on g4. And Black has a fantastic position with an extra material.
That's right, and we do have a phone call from Orlando. Welcome to the show. Let us know your name and your question.
Hi, my name is Terrence Washington, and I'm a Class B player, and I've always heard sort of different opinions on how long you should wait to look at a solution to a tactical problem or look at the analysis of a grandmaster if you can't figure out sort of the analysis of the position on your own. So what's the balance there? How long should you try to figure it out yourself, and when should you look at the solution?
So you're talking about like a tactical puzzle book.
Or like if you're going over a GM game and you're playing Guess the Move, where giving us both possibilities. That's a great question. Alejandro, what are your thoughts?
Oh, well, I'm actually not sure. I've never been encountered with this question. I feel like when I do tactics, even I have a lot of trouble with some of the more difficult ones, but I try, at least if I'm studying seriously, to not look at the answer until I get it. Perhaps I'll take a break, perhaps I'll look at another question, perhaps I'll go to another puzzle, but I'll always come back to it. I feel like if I look at the answer, I just lose any kind of material that I would have gained or insight that I would have gained, because the point is to force your thought process to the limit, right? You're trying to maximize how much you're going to think, and I understand that there are puzzles that perhaps are too hard, and that's why there's different tiers of difficulties in puzzles. If you're doing compositions by Kasparian, well, yeah, if as a Class B player, you're not really expected to analyze a domination that occurs 15 moves down the line, but there are puzzles that are appropriate for that level, and I think the value comes from figuring them out, not thinking about them forever. If you think that you've spent enough time and you're not making any progress, I would say when you feel you're not making progress, take a little breather, do something else, grab some water, take a walk, look at another puzzle, come back at it at some point.
Well, I think you also hit on it when you said that if they're constantly spending tons of time on one position, then maybe they need to go from Dvoretsky to something a little bit simpler so that they can get some more positive feedback. Because you really don't want to be sitting there looking at one problem, especially if you're an amateur and you have limited time to look at chess.
Yeah.
So I think it's okay, actually, to take a peek, but you should then reassess what you're looking at so you don't need to peek very often. Maurice?
I used to hate to look at answers. I mean, just hate. I want to know what the answer, I want to solve the answer myself. So I was always very stubborn about it when I was doing my tactical training as a young player. And I would also grade myself based on the completeness of my solution to a puzzle. If I only got it 50% of the way or missed even one move, I would say, that's a failure. You had to see that key line. But the point I would add to everything you guys said is, if you're having trouble with a puzzle after, let's say you give yourself a time limit, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, make sure you make an index card or save that puzzle. The index card is for the old days. But to this stage, save that puzzle somewhere and go on to other puzzles. And maybe after a week, you may have collected 6 or 7 puzzles that you weren't able to solve. And you may be able to look at those puzzles in a group and say, all right, why didn't I solve these puzzles? And if you really feel the need to finally look at the answers, to look at them and say, what's the pattern here? What am I missing? What is the kind of move I missed? It's very important to know your weaknesses and to be able to develop the sense of what are the kinds of things that you miss so that you can then prescribe those type of puzzles to yourself. Is it skewers? Is it pins? Is it interference tactics? Is it clearance tactics? Is it retreating moves? Usually there's a theme to the kinds of moves we miss and the mistakes we make. We might master pins, for example. Any pin on the board, you're going to find it quickly and how to exploit it. Forks you might see easily, but there might be another type of tactic that you don't see. So make sure the ones you miss are the ones you save. Even if you were to look at the answer, save it. Save it somewhere, and then you're going to come back to that puzzle later and say, okay, what's the solution here? And clean it out of your system so that you can start to improve in areas where you might be deficient.
I love it. That's great advice. And there's even some online programs like Flashcard, Quizlet program where you can kind of make yourself tests and they'll keep giving you the ones that you got wrong and like cycle out the ones that you've been getting right.
Absolutely. By the way, this position, I'm very fascinated by the way Iwonder has played it. I love this idea. We talked about Dvoretsky, and Dvoretsky used to, the late great trainer, Mark Dvoretsky, who just died recently, he used to talk about a big point, this idea of the superfluous piece, and of course, particularly the superfluous knight. Of course, it can happen with rooks as well. But the two pieces fighting for the same square. In this case, these two knights are fighting for the e5 square. Both of them find that square to be the best square in the position. H3 played knight 4 e5. Now, quickly you might say, well, why not just trade and then play f4? And that goes back to g6. You got your f4 move in, and let's see what happens next. There might be some gold in them there hills. But you've gotten rid of one of the knights for no reason. You can have them stepping on each other after h3 knight e5 with this move, knight 3 to h2. And the idea is you've moved your knight away so that now these two knights are connected to each other. f4 is going to happen, and this knight's going to wonder where it's going to go in the long term. If it ends up on c4, you can always play for rook b1 and b3, and then the two knights again wondering what they need to do. This knight doesn't want to end up on a circuit where it's all the way back over on b6, and it can't hide back over on g6 because this one is stepping on that square right now. So a nice little move. Maybe it's not the best move, but it follows this deep positional idea. It shows that Iwonder is actually, seriously, folks, grandmaster level. That's why he's got this title. He understands ideas like this one. So knight 3 h2 was played, and bishop f6 played in the position, and now he did play the move knight to e3, headed to the f5 square. So it's complex position for sure afoot here, and we'll see how it goes as these two youngsters, two phenoms who will be over 2,600 and maybe 2,700 one day as they're battling it out in their youth.
Yeah, I really like that approach as you were mentioning, that superfluous piece, that idea that is really permeated through the world. And I like this knight h2 approach. As you said, it's not like it wins the game or anything, but I like what he's doing to his position. And I feel like black's position is a little bit uncomfortable to play because what am I doing with the knight on e5 is something I'm always kind of worried about. I don't see a particular move for black that is super useful. Like I'm probably going to bring a rook to e8. I don't really even know which one, but then what? Where's my plan? White, on the other hand, I think is pretty clear-cut. I'm going to at some point play bishop d2, rook f1, bring the other rook to e1. I'm going to play f4. The knight on e5 is very uncomfortable. I think it's much easier to come up with an idea here for white than it is for black. Probably black's okay also, but it feels easier to play with the white color.
You know, watching this camera angle, I feel like I can kind of see into the future when one day one of these players is playing for a world championship and they like take this footage and they say like, hey, look at them 10 years ago.
There's a lot of talent around the world. Of course, the World Championship is everybody's dream, every chess player's dream. But there is a lot of talent all over the world. These are some of the best players in the under 14 section in the entire world, and they're going to be fighting out against players that are already established, like our own Hikaru Nakamura, our own Fabiana Caruana, Wesley, so of course the current world champion. And let's not forget the talents that we don't have here in this tournament just because of one extra year of difference. For example, Wei Yi, who is just 1 year too old to participate in this event.
That's right. And what's going on in the Serrana game? Is he wrapping that up?
It's just going from bad to worse in this position. After queen c5, he played h3, looking for some tricks, and his opponent said, well, there are no tricks here. Bishop back to e3. Surprisingly, he didn't take on h3, but he just took on c6 and played knight to c5. So clean pawn in this position for Serrana, and rook b4 had to be played to defend this pawn. Instead, the move rook to b8 on the board, and it is black's turn to move, and there's absolutely no reason why he can't just lop off another pawn and just go up 2 clean pawns for absolutely no reason at all. Player of Serrana's strength will convert this in his sleep. This one is just about over. Well, it might take some time because white won't resign, but we know what the result's going to be.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt on that. It's too many pawns. He has everything in the position. That's what happens when you blunder your pawn on f2. That is not a pawn you can blunder. Sometimes you can blunder one of the a pawns, an h pawn, and you're still fighting in the game. But you blunder your f pawn in most positions, it's going to be game over.
Yeah, that's a pretty important pawn as we teach players. Yeah. As soon as they start the game, f7 pawn, f2 pawn, the weakest starting points in the position because they're only defended by a king. And that holds true even at the Grandmaster level.
Absolutely. And I have to keep being the bearer of bad news, but more bad things are happening to Team USA, as I really don't like the last move that Sam Sevian has played here in this position against Haik Martirosyan. The move knight f6 strikes me as very strange because the only good piece that I have in this position, and really what's holding the position together, is that knight on d5. The knight on f6 is currently attacking the rook, and you might be thinking, hey, if he moves the rook back, I can return the knight to d5, no big deal, let him try to make some progress. The problem is, if I try to snap this knight off the board with the greedy bishop g5, I'm obviously threatening to take on f6, and saying that after knight takes e4, simply bishop takes e4 maintains the pin. I don't want to calculate bishop takes e7, which might also be good. No, the immediate bishop takes e4, I'm going to regain my exchange on the very next move. I mean, I have no doubt about that. And then b6 is hanging, c6 is hanging, f7 is hanging, h7 is hanging. How do you defend here? I think this is not the most difficult combination, if you were to put it that way. It seems that all of black's pieces are just terribly put to defend against this. I do have to calculate a couple of variations. Probably a4 is the most dangerous thing that I have to calculate, but it's really not that difficult. I mean,
it looks like he did play a move, so you can get.
He did not play that very incisive move. Oof, instead, he just moved his rook away.
And now Sam has to play the knight back. This is what I was saying. This knight black cannot survive without a knight on d5.
I love that line, Alejandro, because it has such a logic to it. So sure, it's tactics, but it's tactics based on strategy, which is the way that strong players find tactics, because they see that you notice this knight d5 holding the position together, and then you look for the tactic.
If somebody told me that I can trade this bishop for this knight in this position, that's a dream. So, I mean, of course, when he plays knight f6, I'm looking at bishop g5 to see if I can force it off.
It's so interesting, something that I'm still struggling to understand of players of this level. These are strong players we're talking about. Players of this rating level that they tend to think as young players differently from maybe they'll think even with the same rating level as older players, because we're talking about players who are 25-40 in this case. This guy's not far off from you in rating, Alejandro.
Not far.
Pretty close. And yet, the understanding of the game is different. It's the idea that grandmasters think differently, understand the game differently, have a different set of skill sets that allow them to perform at a certain rating, that they may be the same rating, but not the same thinker at all, in fact. And you look at that and you see how tactical they are, sharp, they can solve problems maybe very quickly, but sometimes way too materialistic. You look at it, you say, why are you keeping your rook? Who cares? Play moves like bishop g5 that has accelerated the dynamism in the position. And also the fact that they just don't seem to understand certain things. And you say, where the lack of understanding of something. But yet if you put a position in front of them that's sharp, I mean, they could just execute with the best of them and just find all the moves. So it's interesting to see the weaknesses of young players, that even when they maybe equivalent rating later in life, they're going to come to a deeper understanding of the game. And you say, sometimes you see that people learn chess and say, man, I understand chess so much better now, but I can't play as well as I used to play, or better than I used to play, because the youthfulness is able to perform better than maybe the energy flagging when you get a little bit later in your career. Just really fascinating to see the difference here.
That's right.
And I like that what you were saying, the skill set of different grandmasters, because that stylistic choice actually comes down and affects results, I feel. For example, I have a positive score against a former U.S. champion, which is just abysmal. Like, it's not even close. I have that guy crushed. And then there's a player like Ray Robson, who I've played 10 times maybe, defeated him exactly 0 times. He has crushed me more than once, and every time I play him, I feel like I'm just hopeless against him. And the U.S. champion I was mentioning and Ray Robson are pretty much the same rating. They're not even that much different.
But you don't like to brag, so you're only giving the name of the person who crushes you.
Well, I mean, in respect to the player, he's...
Don't kiss and tell.
Well, yeah, something like that. He was one of my inspirations when I was a young player, so for me, having a plus score is actually more of a... It's really nice for myself, whereas, you know, Ray Robson is actually even younger than I am. He crushes me with ease. So, yeah, I mean, in this kind of positions, I can understand how I can find a move like bishop g5 very easily, but I can also see why a lot of grandmasters would just glance over the position, and retreat the rook without really understanding that it was a very nice time to strike with bishop g5. I'm actually not sure if it worked, but it's something that I really...
It totally worked, and it was the best move.
Okay, there you go. So.
And Sam did grab the chance to bring that knight back to d5.
Yeah.
We keep saying bad news for the match, but of course we do have viewers from all over the world, and some of them are rooting for their players from Armenia, from India, from Russia. And I do notice some tweets from Chess News Russia. Certainly they are rooting for the Russian team. So even though the three of us are from the U.S., and of course this program is, this Young Stars program is sponsored partly by the St. Louis Chess Club in association with the Kasparov Chess Foundation, we do give shout out to all of you fans who are also cheering as the Americans go down.
Well, for now.
For now, that's right. Maurice.
And this game for the Americans, going the Americans' way after a move like knight to b1, that looks pretty putrid if you see it. And I'm sure also that young Salimova, when she had to play it, she was thinking, this is messed up. I can't believe I had to put my knight on b1. Seriously? But there it is. And this diagonal counts for something. Knight b4 is what the Indians gave as the most incisive. But bishop f6, you knew there were going to be other moves, more human-type moves in this position. And this one really does fit the bill, putting more pressure on this line. Now, bishop f6 would be the one you'd say, well, this one looks like you'd want to get rid of your bishop. But after queen takes, suddenly you've got the diagonal completely covered, particularly the c3 square. And this is just looking really bad for white now. This past c-pawn, nothing to blockade it on c3. So this would be very good for her. So that's why she knew she could play bishop f6 and not worry about it. And now rook to d1. And now the move queen to e7. The same problems abound in this position. Bishop f6 is still playable. Here you could put something on d4 at least, knight to d4, but it will be quickly chased off the square with e5, and you're looking around for moves yet again. Will white. So black has total initiative right now. As long as that knight is on b1, no surprise there. So it looks like young Arthur is trying to do something for Team USA, get some kind of ray of hope as the team is looking like they're in trouble on a lot of boards.
Definitely, and it seems that the girls, even though we were mentioning, are the most rated group out of all the subsections of the tournament. They're pulling themselves together quite nicely. They're currently at 50%. I really like Martha's position, as Maurice was mentioning. And also, Carissa is a far cry from being worse. Actually, if anybody has a slight edge, it's the American player in that game as well.
Absolutely. She just played the move F4 with authority, and that's just optically looking very nice, in fact, for white. Black not having anything concrete, although Black's weakness on D6 in this position, if we go right here, F4. Black has this weakness on D6. White's going to have to be careful how you advance because E5 is very difficult to pull off, and that would be a natural way to go. But this D6 pawn will be weak. Everything compact in White's camp. Black does have good pieces. This bishop is strong. This rook on this line. Bishop doing work. Good news, this rook is not in the game as yet, so there's a slight edge for White. More than that, no way in the world. Slight edge for now. We'll see whether or not she can milk it. But if, as you said, both positions, the Americans are better.
Yep.
Not worse, but Americans are better. And they're massively outgunned. So doing a good job are the ladies right now.
That's right.
However, the other group, the under-17 group especially, I mean, they're so massively underperforming, it's not even funny.
So they are underperforming out there, but I love the point about the girls because it's also so much pressure to know that, you are the reason that the team is likely going to lose. Like you're the boards where everybody's going to be watching on the world team trying to punch you out, and that's not an easy position to be in. They're among the youngest players in the competition, the lowest rated, and lots of pressure, and they're thriving well under it. But Chris is used to this big stage. It's actually some of the youngsters in the under 17 who haven't been to the chess club and playing under this lights in action so much. So it's also nice to see some of those guys get this experience, even if it's not going so well.
Right. I mean, of course, all of the players that are in this tournament are heavily experienced. You might think, okay, perhaps he's 11 years old. How many chess tournaments could this guy possibly have gone to? Well, I've met Pragananda in many tournaments. He's 11 maybe, but I've met him in Reykjavik. Now I meet him in St. Louis. He's going to be playing tournaments all over the world. I saw him play in Greece. I've seen him play in many, many occasions.
Netherlands next. I'm not sure what, but apparently he's playing in the Netherlands.
Next. No, I'm not sure what's going on there, but you can imagine what kind of experiences this guy has. Even though he's only 11, he's sponsored by an oil company. He travels around the world playing chess. He's a professional. He is a professional. So these are, for a reason, the best players in the world. Yes, they are on the stage, but they're here to perform. Now, as we were saying, in the under-17, things keep going wrong. The game between Li Ruifeng and Anton Smirnov, we've liked for Black since the very beginning. And the last move, there are two reasons I really don't like that Ruifeng just played.
Only two?
Only two, but I'm going to go with the easy ones. First of all, A3, I'm not entirely sure what it does. That's problem number one. It attacks the knight, but I think the knight wanted to retreat anyway. I actually don't think I wanted to keep my knight on before. So that's my first quarrel with the move. The second quarrel is that it took 25 minutes to make it. He's down to 10 minutes.
And let's add a third reason. The knight wanted to take on d5 to get rid of your only active piece. So thank you very much for signaling that. And I'm going to kill your knight.
Before or after I play bishop h6, actually.
Yeah, so right. So now it's over. The g file is all that matters in this position. You just need to get rid of everything that matters on the chessboard.
Yeah.
But he took first. He took first, maybe not the most accurate way to play. He should have played bishop h6 first.
But this still looks
great. But this still looks good. But if we go
knight f4 is the next move.
That's the point. The bishop's going to go to h6. The knight's going to go to f4. A rook's going to go to g8. A second rook, or maybe a queen, is going to go to g7. Double and money. And white has horrible pieces. The bishop is terrible on b2. The bishop is terrible on g2. We don't even need to go any further. All of Black's pieces are just going to be great. This is just a dead lost position.
Yeah, and the only reason that bishop h6 was more accurate is because you cannot play bishop h6 here because of pawn takes e6, and this intermediate one's a piece for white. So you might as well have played bishop h6 beforehand.
Well, he put the knight on d4.
He did?
Yeah.
Well, still probably good, but a little baffling.
That's dramatically different. No, why would you give him the chance to play bishop takes knight?
Considering how bad this bishop was, I mean, well, against knight f4, I thought he had to take with the rook on f4, so that just shows you how bad the position was. Yeah, I don't really understand
rook
d4,
takes,
actually.
rook takes, I play bishop 8.
Oh, that doesn't work at all, you're right.
No, but knight d4, you just take no, knight d4 is not correct. Kill it. Kill it now. Kill it dead.
I kill it with fire.
I mean,
you gotta take on d4 without even thinking. I think he's kind of
There
considering.
he did. I mean, what?
Well, he's kind of considering that he doesn't have anything to fear from the c file after c takes d4. The main issue that I have with this move is that actually here white can save the h pawn.
Oh my gosh!
And when you save the h pawn, you're gonna be able to hide the king on the h file, control the light squares, and yes, you have this great dark square domination. Nobody's doubting that black is better. Nobody's doubting that, but the difference of power of this knight on f4 and this bishop on b2 is pretty gigantic.
I don't understand. This is the kind of thing I look at, and I say these guys are strong players. Why would you allow this trade to transform the position where you have this dark square, this domination on the dark squares? The bishop is an anemic piece. The point is, a piece is terrible. You never want it to become better. The piece is simply awful.
Yeah.
So why would you make it disappear from the chessboard? And now you can never compete on the light squares, right? You so moving this position into the live position, you can never compete on the light squares. So your plan is you're going to overwhelm them on the light squares. Maybe that's true, right? Maybe after bishop takes, pawn takes, you're going to overwhelm on the light squares. Maybe it's actually that much better. Sorry, on the dark squares. Maybe it is just that much better, and it's much ado about nothing. Because this dark square bishop is so strong, he's going to come along these lines. Maybe he's going to win. But I'm just really surprised that this is the direction he took. But looking at it, we should say this about a chess position is the key to a opposite color bishop position is who has the attack. Because if you get an attack, then you're winning because you have an extra piece in the attack. And this bishop, if it gets in the game and he still gets his g-file and white is unable to deal with all the dark square attacks that are about to happen, then white will lose the game anyway. So maybe I'm over-shocked for no reason because there is the reality of the opposite color bishop attack that's about to happen. And it's actually quite strong. Now that you're looking at it.
Well, it's just that the other one was much easier.
The other way was clear, like why have him get rid of this piece? But now you have a different type of advantage that he's decided and that he's seen is a real advantage. So me, I would not have given a chance. I don't like position stabilizing into advantages, even if that's a weakness of mine, I might admit. I don't like position stabilizing into an advantage. I like the dynamics. When I say that, I mean that if I have a choice between a stable advantage and a dynamic advantage, I usually choose the dynamic one, while other players will say, but I have a stable advantage that there are no chances for the other side. So here, he has chosen the stable advantage, and the more I look at it, the more it's like, yeah, in the long run, black is the one that still has the play, and this bishop will be in the game, this bishop won't. This king will shift off the long diagonal, and as long as he can get this bishop around and this rook's on the g-file, white will be able to penetrate into the position. Black, that is, will be able to penetrate into the position.
Yeah, on the other hand, one was almost winning, and this one I feel like you're winning again. Like you're resetting
so that you win a different way.
Yeah, that's what I don't like.
That's the thing about it.
Yeah.
But it's again that stable advantage, right? I'm stable. Give me 10 moves, you're going to be losing.
Yeah.
But in the other line, like give me 5. You're looking at mates all over the place. Particularly when you let a knight come off the board. The imbalance of bishop and knight, it gets more and more serious when the piece, when you have that in an attack, because you can't compete against this piece. The same deal. The piece is doing work, it's dancing all over your face, it chooses what it's going to do. So not quite the most accurate moves he played, but still definitely the dominant position.
And let's remember, Refang has 8 minutes. He's going to be defending a position that is really uncomfortable on 8 minutes. And in many endgames, you think that black is also having a great position because of the better bishop, the weakness of the king, and the fact that in any endgame I'm going to be able to push the A and B pawns and create something really, really dangerous down those files. So not a good prospect here for the white pieces. Let's take a look at other games. Let's see if our mood cheers up here for Team USA.
Yeah, I don't see it. I see a lot of the not much great news except for that game that Maurice was talking about earlier with Martha.
Well, let's take a look at a wonder game. Maybe?
The wonder game, yeah, okay.
See if something's happened. Not much has happened in the position, which is neither good nor bad news. Just nothing has really occurred. Bishop g5 was played. Controls f4. Now, for now, I cannot play g3 because it's actually very awkward to defend the pawn on h3. I actually even consider the move queen f1 in this position to play g3 and f4. It actually would cross my mind. But he decides to first place b3. It takes advantage of the fact that the bishop has left the long diagonal, so I can put my own bishop in that diagonal. a5 was played, and here I have to consider the multiple ways of opening up or challenging in the queen side. When black plays the move a5, I immediately have to have a resource against a4, a resource against b4, and a resource against c4. I have to be able to parry all of these moves, not to mention that the move bishop a6 is also in the mix. So even though a5, now black is the one that also has to think what is he going to do against a4, because sometimes the giving up c4 is really, really bad. Perhaps here it's fine because I have the move bishop a6. You have to have a resource against it. So here white has to realize, is he threatening anything? And if not, what am I going to do to make progress? If he is threatening something, how do I parry it?
So you'd still take a wander, but nothing clear yet.
I mean, white is minimally better. That's the assessment of the position.
And let's check in again on Carissa Yip, whose position we liked against Bibi Sara just a few moves ago.
Well, that game was similarly only a minimal advantage. We weren't saying that she had anything clear. After knight c6, she moved the knight back to f3, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, this looks like a logical move, considering the positioning of the knight. I think I'm actually even threatening the move e5, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah, that bishop on d7.
Because the bishop on d7 is hanging, and as well as the pawn on d6. Black has to have some kind of tactical resource here to equalize the position. Trying to find something.
Well, maybe they could start by removing the bishop from f6 and sticking it on c3 or something.
Bishop c3. Okay, I understand the idea, although after rook e2, I want to see the follow-up, right? Because again, d6 is still just kind of hanging.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I feel like white's still better in this position. I mean, unfortunately, I have this thermometer on the left that's telling me something else, but luckily I'm blind enough that I can't see the moves. And I can't really find a move here for black. I'm a little bit of a loss.
Well, I can help you out since I have the actual moves that the engine is saying.
Maybe?
And bishop b2, actually.
Bishop b2?
Yeah, weird move. Start to annoy white in this position.
It's the same line, but the bishop's trapped.
Let me go back here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so bishop b2 is possible here just to annoy white after this move, and the knight is going to b4. That's the main problem.
Yeah, because now the bishop doesn't have the retreat b1.
Exactly. So that's the
clever.
challenge, quite nuanced.
That is very clever.
In this position. And but this one, maybe nuanced, this one is cold cut busted. After bishop, he's been trying to be tenacious as Andrew Hong, down a pawn. We know inevitable problems that he's going to have. But white was still trying to figure out exactly how to win the game, except suicide happened. f5, a terrible move in this position. Not only did he give him the passed pawn, that's problem number one, but after the king drops back, he gives him this break, d5. And that's just kersplat. The game opens up tremendously, and the b5 pawn is going to drop. Everything's going to fall off the board. Takes is just simply takes, and what are you supposed to do? This is hanging. This is hanging. This is a passed pawn. This is busted. This is just busted. You could take with the bishop. It would have been the exact same thing, only worse. This is over. This is not something he should have allowed to play f5, and a tremendously bad move. And he was in time pressure, but f5?
F5 is very strange.
Just a really horrible situation. And this game was bad, but now it's going to end soon.
We've got a race for the first game of the round to finish because last time I checked, John Burke's game also just looked totally over. Is that one giving him any play at all?
It shouldn't be. I mean, there's a lot of pawns. This looks really awkward for black, though. Let me see what happened here. Knight takes f2, bishop e3, okay. I didn't understand at all. I mean, Maurice just glanced over the move knight takes h3, but I didn't get it at all. Knight takes h3 just wins an important pawn. I had zero idea why he didn't take it.
It was bizarre why he didn't take it.
I had no clue. I mean, it's a free pawn. No way a tempo is worth a pawn here. I mean, just take the pawn. Bad technique here, but okay, rook b8, and then I think you were mentioning just take the other pawn.
Yes.
I don't know why this guy has an aversion of taking pawns. Take the pawn on e4. E6.
I mean, I'm an anti-materialist, but I'm not
forgiving a free pawn like that.
Like that. That's insane.
E6 doesn't make sense to me. I mean, e4 is such an important pawn, and you're opening up potentially this bishop on the b7 diagonal partnered with the queen.
No, come on.
I don't know why he didn't take. E6 is silly. But bishop d4, okay, f6. There's no doubt the black's still better, but game's changed a little bit. I really don't know why this pawn on e4 is being disregarded by both players. Couldn't they defend the pawn somehow?
Well, bishop e7 is coming next, so...
Yeah, maybe not. Bishop e3 takes, and we have a position in which black's just up 2 pawns. And then, wait, g5. G5 is one of those moves that...
He was stopping bishop f4, of course.
I get it, but why g5? Okay. Problem with g5 is that the pawn is always going to be weak, and the move that I really want to play is f5, so I can liberate my bishop on g7, and that's going to be harder to do. But okay, no big deal. Play the move e5 in this position. Well, I really don't like what black's done. At the end of the day, it's still 2 extra pawns.
It's 2 fat pawns.
Yeah.
He can mess up a lot and still be winning, and he's not messing up a lot. This game is...
He's messing up a little, but not a lot.
That game's toast.
No, I agree. No biggie here. It's still completely winning for black.
Oh my gosh, and look at what's happening in this game. After f5, e5 check, king c7, d5, he did find this move. Bishop back to d7, realizing the position's lost. And now the move c4, 3 pawn moves in a row, just like punches, e5, d5, c4, rip the position apart. And you just cry when you see a board like this one. Of course, if you take the pawn, then d6, and your king has to hide on this square. And now king d4, and just look at this mess that's on the chessboard. This one is going down very, very quickly. I can't believe f5 was played. Well, he blundered a pawn early, but f5 was just bizarre. Suicide. Just really unbelievable mistake. That's what you call untenacious defense for sure. And going down is Andrew Hong in this game.
No, definitely. That game's completely lost. Actually, this game is much more lost than the Burke game.
Yeah, that does seem to be true. So Wanderlei Leung just played this enterprising move, Queen H5.
Queen H5. Let's take a look.
So you were mentioning earlier that we really want to figure out a way to play, or that we could consider playing the move G3, but the pawn on H3 is hanging. So after Queen H5, what's up with this idea of playing G3 and F4?
Well, Queen on H5 doesn't strike me as where it wants to be. Queen H5, okay, he played the actually also kind of awkward move F6. If I can force F6, Queen H5 is almost fully justified. The move G3 is what makes most sense to me. I mean, I put my Queen on H5 basically to attack your bishop with the tempo, so I can defend my pawn on H3. I like the move G3, and I'm trying to figure out what Pragananda's idea is after the move G3, because I am threatening the move F4.
I guess he didn't see...
You're not quite threatening F4, because the bishop takes on F4.
Really? You're giving up the piece for 3 pawns in this position?
Yep.
Okay, let me make a random move.
What's
like
your move?
King H. I just wanted to play King H8 to exemplify, right? F4 seems crushing. No way that in this position... Not F5.
Now it's really crushing.
Knight takes F4. No way in this position the piece is worth 3 pawns. Sorry, the other way around. No way the 3 pawns are worth the piece. This just has to be crushing for the white side. There is no activity with the pawns, and your king's going to be exposed. This has to be better for white. I really don't care if the computer disagrees with me.
I thought he played F6 so that he could have a retreat square for the knight on E5 at some point, although that's not pretty.
It's not pretty, but there's no way that this is compensation.
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
This is... First of all, can we get King H8 off the board?
No, I mean, what I'm saying is F4's a threat.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. So, okay, so F4 is winning material, but maybe he needs to play a different move.
Okay, so this
because what could happen?
Bishop C8?
now we're going in some kind of direction like this one. What could happen is this bishop could get on this diagonal, right? So let's try bishop c8 attacking.
Yeah, bishop c8 makes a lot more sense to me now. This is not fully a passing move, and it really, really scares me now to play this kind of queen f5 ideas because there's going to be discovery.
We'll be able to move.
Right. So yeah, I like the move bishop c8 against g3 because I don't have a good follow-up. And the problem is that if I defend the pawn with king g2, then I'm really never going to be threatening f4. And apparently,
there might be knight h4.
Apparently, I'm also blundering something.
Maybe, I think maybe knight h4.
It might be knight h4. Apparently, it is knight h4.
Yeah, money.
Yeah, and then my queen's getting trapped. Yeah, so
with g6.
With g6, yeah.
And look, it's happening. G3 was played.
So G3
weakens.
Because I mean G3 was the idea.
Yeah, but it weakens that H3 point. And
all right, bishop C8.
Bishop
I
C8.
So wait, what were you saying after bishop C8? Bishop after F4, there's bishop F.
No, but F4.
No, F4 now. Bishop takes.
Takes. Now Queen F5.
Queen F5 no longer does.
Right, you have knight H3 in between,
and then the
queen somewhere F7, and opposite to the other variation, it's not the white king that's really feeling uncomfortable.
Exactly.
No, this is unplayable. So after bishop c8, which is a very natural move, I might have to bail and play h4. Can I play h4?
I'm wondering, because queen h3 starts to get my attention.
Yeah, because this queen is now pinned.
And knight g4 is not quite yet a threat, but some funky nonsense is looking like
the game will become very complicated because I say, you're pulling punches on the king side. Well, guess what? I can too. Knight f5. Let's go.
Getting excited. Hold on, what's this?
I don't know. I honestly have no idea what's going on in this position.
You're very fortunate I can't sack on h4.
Fortunate? It's called calculation, sir. This is a mess. I don't even know what my threat is. Quite honestly, I mean, yes, I don't see a move for you, but I don't actually know what I'm threatening.
I want to take on h4.
But with the knight or with the bishop?
If I take with the bishop,
I just take with the knight.
You're going to take with the knight. If I take your knight first and then take with the bishop, you're going to take my knight on g6. Yes?
Knight here? Well, I was just going to take with a pawn, honestly.
No. That's not what I was saying. I was saying if I first play bishop takes f5.
Ah, bishop takes f5. Yeah, but now I take, and I think everything's hanging, right?
Yeah, I was going to take on, well, nothing's, only my bishop's not, oh, you're going to play bishop takes. You're going to play bishop takes.
Yeah.
Also coming in with my bishop finally, bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop e4, also the retreat, and that queen isn't very happy about the position if I play a maneuver like bishop e2, bishop e4, bishop g2. So
I'm one step, yeah, I'm a little slow. He did find bishop c8. This is getting dangerous.
This is a fascinating
this is getting really dangerous for white. This is scary.
Bishop c8 was played. And now,
2 minutes left for Pragu, though. So big time advantage for Rwanda. And this is the type of
2 minutes, really?
Yes, 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong clock. Yeah, but still a big time edge for Rwanda. But he's going to have to use his time in the next couple of moves. We're going to go to a quick break as we watch these games pan out in the match of the Millennials.
There's a weekend vacation on one tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside down concretes, twisty turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Welcome back to the match for the Millennials. We do have our first blood spilled of the round. Abdusattorov has emerged victorious against Andrew Hung, and he is with translator Tatev Abrahamian and Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we are with young Nadirbek Abdusattorov after a very important victory. The world now extending their lead to a full 5 points over the U.S. Congratulations on your game. Did you think it would be this easy? You were able to just take a pawn on e4 very early in the game.
Да, там он неправильно сыграл конь e4, потом уже получилось у него похуже и ну, совсем быстро проиграл.
Ты думал, что это так легко было бы пешку выиграть на e4?
Не ожидал, но ошибся как-то.
He said that 94 was a mistake, and after that he won the pawn. And he didn't expect it to be so easy to win the pawn, but his opponent made a mistake.
The match has been going incredibly well for your team, for the world team. How was the team feeling, especially after the last round when you went up 4 points? Were you confident that you're going to win easily now, or were your coach trying to make sure that you guys stay focused going into this very critical round?
Мы все одинаково играем сильно и дружно собираемся на каждую игру и не думая об результате играем просто шахматы.
They said they have a very friendly atmosphere. They get together. They're all playing at the same strength, and they don't worry about the results. They just play chess.
Well, apparently they have the right attitude and doing very well. Congratulations on your victory today.
Спасибо.
He apparently understands English better than I understand Russian, that's for sure, and showing that he's not just talented on the chessboard. Guys?
A very clean victory here by definitely one of the players that the entire world is looking at as a potential superstar. He has made a name for himself in the past couple of years, and we're going to have to fully learn how to pronounce his name because there is no doubt he'll be back at the St. Louis Chess Club as a superstar.
That's right, and what a wonderful demeanor he has, too. Always smiling, kind of reminds me of a Wander Liang in that respect. Of course, he did just win his game, but I see him smiling a lot up there in the cameras. I also like to see how so many of the youngsters are wearing the chess club fashion that they got for playing in this tournament. I mean, the fact is, the gear you get for playing at the St. Louis Chess Club is actually pretty comfortable and pretty cool. So
it's a nice badge, right? It's an important tournament. You're playing in one of the elite scenarios of the entire world. Remember, as soon as this tournament is done, we got some heavy hitters coming to town. Vishy Anand was already seen upstairs checking out the games with his future stars. He is in town early to get used to jet lag for the upcoming Singfield Cup that starts only a few days after this tournament ends.
That's right. So now not only do you have Gary Kasparov watching your games, but you got Anand as well. So the pressure rises.
Definitely.
It's really just extraordinary. And a lot of the logos and designs made by Paige over at the World Chess Hall of Fame. You know, if you want to be wearing some of those Singfield Cup Match the Millennial designs, a lot of them are actually on sale on the Q Boutique if you come in person or online as well. And we even have signed merchandise, especially after the tournament, that you can look up there. So yes, August 1st to 12th, you're going to see the Singfield Cup. It actually starts on the 2nd. You can follow it live, grandchesstour.org. Even better, come here for a couple days. We got lots of side events that you can participate in and live commentary, as well as you see the streaming in both the kingside and outside the club. Directly after that, we've got the grand return of none other than Gary Kasparov, and that's with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. But lots of updates coming in on the games. Maurice, what do we have?
I can't tell you. It's from an American standpoint, it's depressing. From a commentator standpoint, it's depressing. From a fan standpoint, it's depressing. It's just all around depressing. -5 right now for the U.S. team. That's already a score that seems like it's just unreachable, that you're not going to bridge the gap. But guess what? That's nothing compared to what the actual number is probably going to be today. The best news of the day is this game, Jeffrey Zhang versus Andrei Esipenko. Jeffrey is slowly trying to get something, squeeze blood from a stone against his opponent, but it is not much. It's a little bit, and that's about it. And this may be the best news that I could find looking around, already Samsevian is down a pawn. I'm counting them. It looks like there's 6 of them for white and only 5 for black. And he's just down a pawn, and he's struggling to try to save this game. We go to the next position. This one, you could call it done. John Michael Burke, he's down. It's 4 pawns right now against 1. That one is completely over. So count that as a definite loss. The other one may not lose Samsevian, but this one is over. This one is close to over. Rufeng Li is fighting for his life. Maybe he'll survive this one, but no way he wins. So that's done. And great chances, of course, for Smirnov to take home the full point in that game.
30 seconds for Li Rufeng.
And he's in trouble there. And this one, we were thinking maybe Ewander Liang was saying something. He's saying nothing. He's about to drop his H-pawn. He's been pushed back. He's got nothing for it. He's about to lose this pawn on H3. Maybe he'll pick off the B5 pawn after queen to E2. I don't think it's even correct. Queen E2, queen takes. I don't think you can leave the queen's this side, and I'm correct. You cannot after this move, according to the engines. Now this bishop is shifting directions. You might get mated at any moment, so that's bad. This one has already gone the way of world team. And this one, Carissa is now lost. Carissa looks like she's dropping a piece in this position. She's pinned on this line. F6 is coming, all kinds of dangers. This is over. This is a piece that Carissa is dropping. I mean, it just goes from bad to worse. And finally, Martha, we thought, was doing something. It turns out that the whole script has flipped around, and she's no longer better, and she's dealing with this pawn going down the board. It could easily be -8 or 9 when the day is done. Unbelievable, disastrous day on day 3 for the U.S. team. And this match looks like it's going to be over today because there's no way they're making a comeback tomorrow with only 12 games to bridge what potentially is a 7, 8, 9-point gap. This is really just like Waterloo happening right now. Incredibly bad for the Americans. Simply a horrible day.
I want to take a look at what happened to Carissa. I was kind of curious. Okay, so Asabayeva did find the maneuver, the computer-like maneuver that I was actually unable to find of bishop b2, rook b1, and bishop c3. As you can see, she's gotten up off the board knowing fully well she's winning. Rook e2 and knight b4. This was exactly what Maurice was mentioning, that this bishop on c2 is hanging, currently trapped. So after queen takes d6, she obviously has a lot of compensation for the pawn. But okay, that's it. It's a compensation. The game continues. Let's see what actually happened. Rook d8.
Bishop d4 was already something
suspicious,
dangerous.
It's very suspicious because you can already see all the potential pins down on this diagonal. And for this reason, I'm almost positive you have to play queen c5.
Definitely.
Because at least you keep the control.
Definitely.
Because, okay, now I'm forced to take, and I take with the knight, and I win a tempo against her bishop. And, I mean, I still have a pawn. I don't know. Position looks better for white to me.
You're not losing this for sure.
The computer says equal. I don't know why. I mean, I see I'm up a pawn. That's all I can count. Queen e5, though, very obviously runs into either queen a7 or queen b6. I actually don't think there's a difference. Rook here, and f6 has been played on the board. And how does this queen keep the defense of the knight?
It doesn't.
It just doesn't, right?
And the main problem is not just the knight, is that the bishop on c2 is hanging.
She's going to have to play check because at least that wins the tempo. The king has no reason. Actually, do I put it on f8 or on h8? Sometimes on h8 I'm worried about a back rank, but I don't see any problems. King h8, and again, as you were mentioning, Maurice, it's exactly the problem with the bishop.
The bishop on b1, you could play rook d2
and you're fine.
And you're gone. But bishop on c2 is hanging. And no, you can't hold everything together. That's lost. And apparently, another game, the Ewander game, whoa, did he really do it? He actually took the pawn on b5.
That's crazy.
Oh, my gosh. And now his queen is stuck with his hand in a cookie jar.
But what does he play against bishop e2?
Well, I mean, bishop e2 looks like a very strong move, but it turns out bishop d1 guarding everything on this line is good enough. But this queen is suddenly the main factor in the position. How does he get out? Look at this queen. How do you do anything with it?
Oh, is it straight up trapped?
It's in the wrong side of the board. It's just simply going after a B pawn, going into enemy camp.
No, but it is actually straight up.
It's trapped, yeah.
Because if you take on A5, now bishop E2.
Yes, exactly.
I don't care about my rook. I'm going to mate.
You're going to get mated. This is done. This is done.
And he's found knight C8.
And of course he's found it. This game is over. Incredible
Show that variation.
devastation right now.
Yeah,
Queen takes A5.
We
Bishop.
definitely got to look at that line. Queen takes A5, bishop 2. Yeah, just show it, Maurice. It's just wins.
Queen has to try to come back home, but that doesn't help because of knight F3 check, takes, and it's H1. Forget G2. It's H1. That's the problem, and it's just mate.
It didn't matter if
the game is over. He can resign. He did take on A5.
Speaking of resigning,
another game is going down. I mean, it's just raining and pouring.
Speaking of resigning, Rufeng Li has resigned against Anton Smirnov. We for a long time had called that as a huge advantage for the Australian player. No surprise that in such a bad position and with time ticking against him that Anton was able to convert in that game. And it seems like a wonder has taken on A5. Bishop E2 on the board. Mate is unavoidable as knight F3 check with followed up queen H1 checkmate is clearly winning. That is a very basic tactic. The queen has no business on the queen side.
Come on.
No business. It just has no business being there.
Come on. This materialism trend. You just lost this pawn. You feel the need to go get it back? No. Defend the position. Don't start trying to steal material back just because you just went down a pawn. Be tenacious. This is suicide.
Complete suicide. And it's over. It's just completely over. He's going to have to lose a full queen to avoid checkmate, so he's just going to resign.
And look at him. Pragu knows he's got this.
Yeah, who wouldn't?
You're
mating him.
Anand's in town. He wins his first game.
Spectacular win.
First game of the match at the Millennials.
Played beautifully. Bishop back to C8.
Yeah, that was a nice
Finding
game.
all the ideas. I mean, this was some good stuff this kid played.
Yeah, of course we criticize Awander's decision to take on B5, but before that it had been such a nice game from both sides with resources. Bishop C8 I loved from Pragananda, but before that I really liked the knight H2. They played a really good game until Awander decided that he wanted to swoop off that pawn on B5 and just let the entire game go.
And this is hard. It's hard to watch for fans of Awander as he realizes he's going to go down in this game and he's going to resign soon. And this
he's
is
going to resign now.
He's only got one more game to play. Remember the under 14s? They play just 4 games. So
yeah, he better come back, make a comeback at some point. Well, what a disastrous day it has been for Team USA. It started bad in the morning with a 3-1 loss by the under-17 who we were hoping would make a comeback and crush their opponents. The contrary happened, and tonight it's going even worse.
That's right, and yet another player who has delivered some bad news to the U.S. is with Maurice.
Well, maybe bad news for the U.S., but great for the rest of the world. Anton Smirnov showing his level once again, winning a smashing game against Grandmaster Rufeng Li. Anton, were you surprised by this opening choice when he played with B3 and G3 and basically didn't get much of a position?
I mean, I knew he played B3, but I didn't really prepare for the game. I mean, before the tournament, I looked at a few lines, but apart from that, I didn't really look at it.
When he played this move, H4, it seemed like you smelled blood. Like you played knight H7 with the idea of G5, and we were really impressed by this move.
I mean, I knew the line, instead of playing C4, knight C3, and after I played H5, white should go H3. So here, he goes C4, and then H4, and then it's like much worse for white, because like it's an even worse version than the knight C3 line. So I was expecting something to be, something good to be for black.
But knight H7, was this over-the-board inspiration or something that you've seen thematically in other types of positions before?
I mean, I'm not sure, but it just looked like an intuitive move, like moving a knight and playing G5. And I mean, his king is open, so.
Great game, great win for the world team. You guys are completely smashing the U.S. team right now. Could you have expected this kind of dominance? I mean, at the moment, you're +6 against a very tough team.
Probably not.
+7.
+7 even. +7.
Awander has just
against a
resigned.
team as Awander has now resigned in his game.
Probably not.
Simply incredible results. Well, congratulations on another fine game, and I don't even want to wish you luck because you don't need it.
I'm sorry, +8 as Burke has resigned.
Burke is around the time. Yeah, I saw that too. Wow.
Well, we'll let him go celebrate as the team is just racking up the points right now. Incredible day for the world team.
That's right. We've had other rounds where it looked like it could go in this direction, but somehow the U.S. was saving left and right. And this time, our luck has run out. Shout out to Anton, who also is one of the few players that I think is on +2. Most of the players, it's very balanced, the world performance, like a bunch of people on +1. But Anton and also Alexei, who just won his game against Burke, both on +2. Huge scores for both of those players in the under 17. And then a lot of their other points just come from +1s. Of course, Asobueva is headed towards a 3-0.
Yeah, +3.
So she'll be like the real MVP. But, I mean, just everybody saying, I'm a part of this route.
Yeah, definitely. And the only person that hasn't actually scored a single point for the world team, who is Nurgül Salimova, is winning her game against Marta Samidashvili, as she has somehow collected both of Black's past pawns. We saw this kind of complicated endgame, but definitely better for White in this position. And look at those pawns. They just kind of disappeared. The one was taken based on the pin. The other one was corralled after a little while. And this is the position we have on the board. And it's just winning. I mean, it's 2 extra pawns. The plan is very simple. You put a rook on c6, and you shoo the bishop off of the diagonal. It can't stay there because I'm going to be able to sacrifice my rook on b6, play the move a7, and just queen my pawn. So after rook c6, I think that's game over. Rook c6 just wins cleanly.
Crushing. Now, how about Sam Sevian? Does he have any chance to stop the bleeding here for the U.S. team?
Well, at least we got a draw. Not a great result, but Jeffrey Shong has drawn his game against Andrei Tsipenko, so at least he didn't lose. But let's see, Sam Sevian, he has managed to recover his pawn. That's good news, number one. Bad news is that his position is pretty terrible. This pair of bishops in the center, this king is a little bit weak, this pawn on d6. Still some concrete things to be worried about as far as Haik Martirosyan is concerned, but he just played the move bishop d4, which looks really powerful because I'm not sure where you put the knight.
Right, as you pointed out, that pawn on f7 is tender.
The pawn on f7 is tender, and so is the pawn on g7. And you can see that White is just simply coordinating better than his opponent. You might have to play knight cd3.
And Sam in big time pressure as well.
Yeah, he has played knight cd3. And this opens up some tactical possibilities. I don't have rook e4, which was my main intention, because now this cuts off the bishop from the defense of the f3 square. So now I have knight f3 check, and I should have no problems. But there must be something in this position. It just smells really ugly. Even bishop e5 is just good for White.
And playing on the increment as well.
Yeah, playing an increment for Sam cannot be a good sign.
But that's probably our best hope to save right now. I mean, to save another game, because Martha's game looks too easy, and then Carissa is totally going down.
Well, let's take a look at Carissa, because definitely Martha's just busted. This one is just as bad. If you count the material, Black has 2 pieces and White doesn't. So if I take here with either the king or the... Actually, if I take with the queen, this bishop's hanging. So I probably have to take with the king. And yes, it looks like the king's a little airy. It's a little exposed. And so what? I mean, I'm up a piece. I'm taking on f4 next move. You have to take on c2. I mean, what else are you going to do? But, I mean, is this hanging? Can I take this? It's a rook. Actually, it's a rook.
Yikes. Well,
it's an extra rook.
One player we love to watch, this precocious champion, Pragnananda. Today, he defeated Wander Leon, our U.S. junior champion. He's with Maurice Ashley.
And he did so in fine style, for sure, playing some really beautiful moves. That move, bishop c8, started the chain going along. This is a great performance. First of all, congratulations. A great performance for you. How did you feel about the game? It seemed at first that it was a very complicated game.
It seems first it seems that I'm a little bit towards I don't have any space, so I have to exchange some pieces. I have to defend a lot, but then he played something like gave that h3 pawn, which gave me a counterplay.
So did you see this attack starting to brew? Because you played a move like f6, you saw his queen land on h5. Did you start feeling like you had some real chances once he started loosening that side?
Okay, I'm not thinking. I didn't think about that because I thought my position is worse. I have to defend for a long time, so it's a luck for me. I don't know.
When you took on H3 and he took on B5, did you instantly know that this game is over?
Yeah, I saw this line, but I think so for bishop a6 you have to go queen a4. Otherwise this is lost. Because queen b6, knight c8, if he plays queen c7, then rook a7.
Smashing victory. The world team is dominating right now. You guys are a +8 or +9. I'm not sure. The numbers are getting so big. What was the feeling going into this round when you already had +4? Were you guys thinking, killer blow, let's try to knock them out?
No, okay, I didn't think about that too much. I was playing my game, so maybe some other player thought about that.
All right, well, congratulations on your victory. And the same thing I said to your teammate, I won't even say good luck because you clearly don't need it. So keep playing well.
Thank you.
Guys?
Well, it seems that we only have 3 games left in today's round. The under-17 game of Haik Martirosyan against Sam Sevian. That's definitely going in favor of the white pieces as he has recovered his pawn. He's still up an extra pawn with this nice tactic, bishop takes b6. That was just played, taking advantage of the fact that after bishop takes b6, the rook on d8 is basically just hanging. So I don't have time to take on f4, because if I take on f4, I'm going to be able to take on f4. Of course, I don't take the rook, because for now, this bishop is on the air. Perhaps I get a piece back, but that's all I'm going to get. And instead, pawn takes f4 now threatens the knight on e5 and the rook on d8, and I don't have time to play rook b8, because after pawn takes e5, rook takes a d7, here I have check, king h6, and both the move knight c6 winning a piece, or the nicer knight c8 preventing you from taking on d8 is just completely winning. So he had to move the rook away, rook d7, but now white retains the positional advantages while retaining the material advantages. He's played the move knight d4, rook d4, sorry, and this also looks winning for white.
Indeed, it's been a rough round for Team USA and a wonderful round for the world. Let's take a look at the standings as we 20.5 to 12.5. God, those numbers do not look pretty. Still mathematically surmountable, but pretty much the U.S. has to win every game tomorrow to overcome that. That's the only way.
And this is going to become a bigger number because we are losing in every single board still being played.
Every game, white and black. There has to. I mean, it's almost insurmountable. But we've got a player who is one of the MVPs for the world team. He's won 2 games. Just got finished defeating John Burke, and he's with Tatev Abrahamian. And sorry, with Maurice Ashley, with Tatev translating.
That's okay. You can call me Tatev. I don't have the colorful hair. But still, with Alexei Sarana, after what just was a smooth victory, Alexei, it looked like an interesting position for some point, but then he played this unbelievable mistake by playing bishop f4. You must have been very surprised to see this move.
Это была очень интересная позиция, но когда он пошел слон f4, что ты думал в это время?
Да, была сложная позиция, пошел слон f4, это просто зевок, сразу проигранную позицию получает. То есть я думал, у меня все равно чуть получше, он, мне кажется, сделал плохой ход, конь d, e2. e2, просто после конь g4 я забираю слона, и у меня перевес.
He said it was a complicated position and bishop f4 just gives the game away, but he thought his position was still good. Что, конь d, e2?
Конь d, e2, да. Плохой ход.
Oh, knight d2 was also a bad move and he thought his position was good.
Well, there's not much else to say. You guys have a score that's unbelievable. We think in just 3 days to be +8, maybe +9 coming up. What do you think is the reason why your team is doing so well?
Ну, выигрываете каждый матч почти уже +8, у вас может быть +9, потому что Кариса проигрывает. Ты думаешь, почему вы так хорошо играете здесь?
Не знаю, сложно сказать. Может, уже успели хорошо акклиматизироваться и... То есть, не знаю.
It's like he's not sure. He thinks they managed to get used to the time difference. They're playing to their best now.
Yeah, incredible that they are playing this well with at such a time that usually jet lag matters, folks. It should matter in some way. And home court advantage we're not having. Well, congratulations on your game, and we expect to see more from you tomorrow.
Such polite players here we have. I was thinking that somehow the translation would be, you guys just aren't playing very well. But no, of course, it's very courteous.
It would have been more accurate than the polite answer that he gave us, because it's true that these players, I've seen them play, Jeffrey Chung and Sam Sevian and Andrew Hong and everybody here, I've seen them play many, many times, and they can play better than what they're exhibiting here.
But the world team's also playing really well.
They're playing exactly how they're supposed to be playing. They're playing at their rating. They're exhibiting why they're some of the most talented players in the world. And it seems like we grabbed some of the most talented players in the world against... I'm not sure, because honestly, you have the world junior champion, and he's not playing like one. He's at 50% here. We had some of the best talent in America, and they're not exhibiting it. Rifeng Li is such a strong player, such a strong player. How can he go down from the opening without a fight with white pieces like he did today?
Not in this tournament, but I'm almost glad this is happening, because remember the goal of like the Young Stars program of the St. Louis Chess Club for the U.S. Chess, we do want to have a world champion, world junior champion we have. One day we'd like to have a world champion, and right here, they're learning some major lessons. Something's off, and it needs to be worked on.
There's a slight good news, I think, in the game between Salimova and Samadashvili, as Salimova has done something that baffles me completely. In an opposite-colored bishop endgame that we had here on rook takes c3, obviously the plan that I was giving here was to just exchange the rook for the bishop on b6 to force open the pawn here going forward. Now, Marta very cleverly puts the rook on e6 in order to not let that happen. That way I can take on b6 with the rook. Rook e4 is a little bit of a strange move, but no problems. Taking on c6, okay, pawn takes e6. Now, here, white's already done something a little strange, but after king here, she did this incomprehensible move. She swapped rooks, and I'm not even sure that Martha's losing anymore. I mean, yes, it's two pawns.
To interrupt, we've got a big development in the Yip game with a pretty finish.
Absolutely a pretty finish in this game. Well, it was no surprise, of course. You're up a piece. You're supposed to win the game, especially with a king this exposed. But this is the move that you love, no matter what level you're at, to be able to play this, first of all, sacrifice on f5, plus threaten the royal fork, the family fork, knight g3. You can't move away everybody from the square. And, of course, queen takes is impossible because of queen g2 mate. This would be one of those you give to your students in a basic tactic book, black to move and win. It didn't take much for this level player to show her stuff. And a young BB, now 3-0 in the competition, one of the stars of the world team that currently has many stars, as a matter of fact. But this one is Kersplat. It'll be one of those shown in diagrams around the world as to why it is that the world team dominated the U.S. team on this day.
But hey, guys, it's not yet over, right? I mean, we can win 12 games.
It's over.
Wait, 12 games. We can win 12 games. How many?
Okay.
Is it mathematically over if Martha and Sam lose? What do
no.
we have? We had 12.
It's going to be like plus 11.
Okay, it's not going to happen.
We were at 12 and a half.
This tournament's over. The world won. They both won sections.
Gotta wait till it's over, because we need people to tune in tomorrow.
I mean, guys, we have the Singfield Cup coming up. We have the St. Louis Rapid coming up. Plenty of chess going to be played, but this tournament, it's done.
They will be playing for pride only.
Only. This is tournament.
And rating. I mean, these are rated games. Yeah, but and it's it's a shame. There's no. I guess it's not really that significant in this tournament because all these young players are gonna get norms for their titles pretty quickly. But for those who don't, they might be just a couple rounds off. Somebody like Asipenko.
No, impossible, because they're only playing against one flag.
Oh, that too. Yeah, that's right. So it would only be the U.S. playing against the world where they'd be eligible. But I don't think any of these players in the under-17 section are going to be hurting for their Grandmaster titles for very long.
Not at all. None of them are in competition for the youngest Grandmaster ever, which is, of course, at 12 years old.
Pragu is, of course.
Pragu is, but in the under-17 section they aren't. So they'll get their title. It's coming. There is no doubt about that.
They're already plenty thrilled to have come to St. Louis, to be able to show their stuff, to showcase on such a large stage. So and to win in such dominating style.
Definitely.
Oh, God, that must feel good. Absolutely. And I'm sure they all have the tournaments coming up after this where they can kind of continue this momentum.
Yeah, well, they'll be playing plenty of tournaments. What was Pragunundu saying? He was going to the Netherlands? I don't even know what's in the Netherlands, and he's going there. Tournaments all over the world that they're going to be participating in, getting better, and they've come to St. Louis to shine and to show that there is a lot of work to be done here for the young stars and for Team USA.
You lose, you learn, and we've got a lot of losses, so a lot of lessons for the U.S. And one of the stars that you were referring to, actually the most blazing star right now, 3-0, Bibisara Asaubeva. She is with Maurice and Tata for our interview.
Just call her Bibi, but she is dominant right now, just crushing everyone in front of her. Today's game, just a whitewash after one mistake by her opponent. Congratulations on your game. You came out of the opening, it wasn't that great for you. It looked like you were slightly worse, but you were able to turn around the game. When did you start feeling like you really had a chance, especially after you played this idea, bishop to b2?
После дебюта говорят, что теперь не очень хорошая позиция была, но ты смогла, чтобы перевернуть партию. Когда чувствовала, что у тебя очень хорошие шансы были?
Ну, когда я пошла слон c6, я считала, что у меня уже как минимум контр-игра, потому что у соперницы цейтнот, и у нее фигуры подвисают.
When she went bishop c6, she thought she at least has a counterplay because Carissa was already in time trouble and her pieces were kind of hanging already.
This is a dominant victory for the world. You guys are doing incredibly well. What was your attitude before this round, and did you expect to be winning by this much in this competition?
Ну, вы выигрываете почти каждый матч, уже у вас плюс 9. Как вы готовились к партии? Думал, что у тебя так легко выиграете, или какая подготовка была?
Ну, что мы легко выиграем, мы так не думали. А подготовка, ну, была обычная.
Ну, какой менталитет?
С дебютом я не угадала.
А какой менталитет у вас в команде?
У нас дружеская атмосфера.
Well, she said she didn't expect to have an easy win, and she didn't expect the opening, so she didn't actually catch her in the opening. And they said they have a very good atmosphere in the team, so their preparation is just as usual. It's nothing different now.
Are you guys having fun? Is it a great trip here to the United States?
Весело здесь вам?
Да, тут мне очень нравится.
Yeah, she really likes it here.
I guess you would. You're playing inspired chess. Congratulations, and we expect to see you continue to play well in the coming games.
Спасибо. Thank you.
Guys, she's amazing, and you expect to see more of it because she's definitely a star in the making. And we're going to say BB in the future. That's going to be the one word, and you'll know exactly who we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's shown domination here over the tournament. A clean 3-0. Yes, fighting games, but at no point was she in trouble. And I think that she's shown excellent level here in St. Louis. Of course, she's having fun. She's crushing her opponents.
Yeah, you asked the team that's plus 10, hey, you guys having fun?
The answer is yes.
No, I'm miserable.
We should ask Team USA if they're having fun. That's the good question we should be asking them.
Yeah, this is a really tough result, of course, for Team USA. It looks like the match is over, and we really couldn't have expected that. I mean, honestly, I thought that the U.S. were favorites going into the match, and how wrong I turned out to be. I guess.
And a nice little combination here to finish the game between Haik Martirosyan and Sam Savian, as in this already hopeless position, if we can pull up the board as we see Sam resign. After the move Rook E1,
96.
Yeah, as soon as we can get the analysis board on. The move 96 was played. I mean, everything else loses. It doesn't really matter. But a nice finish here with Rook takes E6, taking advantage of the fact that this bishop is controlling the Rook on D7, and nobody's going to be able to catch this pawn, A5. And if the Rook reroutes, then, let's forget that this Rook is also in charge of defending against the pawn on d7. You can't do both at the same time.
There's two of you.
Yeah, there's two of the passed pawns, and that's the game over. So the world wins yet another game, and that only leaves us with the game between Marta Samadishvili with the black pieces against Nurgul Salimova, which, to be fair, is just going to be a draw, because I have no idea how Salimova decided to trade rooks into a completely drawn opposite color bishop game. All black has to do is shuffle her bishop back and forth. There's absolutely nothing that white can do in this position.
So this is 7-1. This round is 7-1.
We got a draw in Jeffrey.
Yeah.
And
this would be a draw.
And this would be a draw. So 7-1.
Yeah, 7-1. That's
unbelievable. Not very pretty.
And the thing is, there were other rounds that could have been even worse for the U.S. team. So it seems that now with the benefit of hindsight, that if we were to run this tournament multiple times, it does seem that the world does have the edge. This wasn't just randomness or luck. What do you think, Alejandro? If you ran this over and over again, at what do you think the score would be?
If you run this over and over again, and more and more and more and more and more, eventually it's going to pretty much say what the ratings are going to say. I mean, it should be about even. You are favored in the under 17, they're favored in the under 14. Eventually, the more you play, the more close it should technically become. I don't think that the world is so underrated and we're so overrated that, yes, there is a +10 difference against
No,
against
of course
us.
not +10, but it seems that maybe there's some underrated players in their team, which is creating this massive gulf that could honestly have been even worse.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of work to be done. I think that +10 shouldn't be reflective of their strength, but a lot of factors came in together in that Team USA really underperformed, because I agree that the world showed great superiority, but if you told me that I saw Team USA play at their maximum and they still got crushed, then I agree with you. But the level of play that I saw from some of these youngsters compared to how I've seen them play
very weak.
Is very weak.
That's right. And I mean, the other thing is, like, I think that somebody did a study of the U.S. amateur team East teams that won,
What
the heck?
What happened?
F6 is just a pretty terrible move because it allows the king to go around. I mean, when I meant shuffling the bishop, I wasn't kidding. You just actually shuffle the bishop.
I mean, this looks like a loss.
Is it? Why? Let me see. Okay, so bishop g5. Let's not even. No, we don't even have to guess. Bishop g5. I'm gonna go d5. I'm gonna shuffle my bishop. I don't have a lot of choices. King f7. I have to shuffle my bishop. Now e7. c7 is still okay for black because.
Because f5.
Yeah.
F5. Yeah. Okay, f5.
But you can bring your king around, can't you?
King
bring your
e8.
king to e8. What's wrong with king e8?
Threatening. What am I threatening exactly? Bishop h4.
Because we still have f5 when you play king d8.
I'm going to play. No, I just play king d8.
King d8 check. By the way, I don't have to be so. No, I do have to be king d8.
Okay.
f5. King c8. Takes. King b8. Oh, I'm taking on a7. God. So all I have to do is this, and I catch your pawn. And then I take on a7, play king b7. She basically let the king in.
Yep.
With the move f6.
She just had to play bishop d8 and leave the pawn on f6, and that's that. Another loss.
Well,
this would make it mathematically impossible to catch.
No, we have 12 games tomorrow. Technically,
you can win all of
I'm just seeing whether or not it's over, or mathematically over. Because actually, when he was leaving, I have to tell you, Anton Smirnov made the point. He said, "I think we might be able to lose every single game and still not lose the match," which is like a parting shot to say that's how big the lead is. That's some serious trash talking right there.
And another winner for the world in the house, Martirosyan, is with Maurice.
With a very big win in his game against Sam Sevian, Haik Martirosyan winning today. I remember you had a terrible game. You made a mistake. That's one you would like to forget. How did you come back from that mistake and now play two games against the two toughest players in the tournament to be able to win both games?
Երեկվա պատուցինից հետո այդքան վատ տարվեցի, ոնց կարողացար երկու տիար հետևից հաղթեց այսօր։
Ծնողներս նրանց հետ կապ էի հաստատում եւ նրանք ինձ ասում են ոչինչ բան չկա, դեռ կարող ես լավ խաղալ եւ այդպես ես ինքս փորձում էի կենտրոնանալ եւ մտածել մյուս խաղերի մասին եւ հաջողվեց ինձ մոտ։
He said he was in touch with his parents and they were encouraging of him. They're telling him that he can still play well and just forget about him. So that helped him to focus on his games and forget about that game.
Amazing parents indeed. Could you have expected that your team would win by such a big score?
Պատկերացնում եք, որ ցած մեծ հաշվով ձեր թիմը կարող է հաղթի։
How do you explain it? How do you explain that you guys are doing so well?
Ոնց կաս բացատրես, ոնց է կարողանում այսքան լավ խաղալ։
Եվ մեր մոտ ավելի լավ է ստացվում խաղը։
Բայց ինչի՞ց։
Հոգեբանորեն ավելի պինդ ենք, ավելի երկար ենք։
He said psychologically they're stronger.
Well, that says a lot. Congratulations on your victory and continue good play. Psychologically, they're tougher. That's a good explanation as any right now, because on paper it should not be happening, but the world team is definitely showing their mettle.
Well, and I think we do have a result finally in the game between Salimova and Damashvili. At least that's what my board is showing. As well as she made things easy for for white actually. After playing the move King F7, at least she had to find this move King E8, King D8, King C8, and I don't know, maybe you don't find it. Bishop E3 though just gives you the well-known win with two disconnected pawns, because this is going to cost you one of them. Yeah, I mean, if I remember correctly, this is easily winning. King played here to F7, and I think she just resigned or she lost some time. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, that would be my guess. But what a day! What a bloody Friday is Grandmaster Christian Karilla, who was on the commentary team earlier today, and will be again tomorrow morning. Just a disaster, absolute disaster. And the point I was trying to make earlier, Alejandro, was just that somebody studied the teams that tend to win and came up with the conclusion that balanced teams are a bit more likely to do well than the ones that have the heavy hitters and the weak points. And in this case, the world team obviously is more balanced, but that doesn't describe this. That doesn't describe a score like this. Let's take a look at how ugly it is for the American fans and how beautiful it is for the world team. Wow. 12.5 for U.S., almost twice as many points for the world, 23.5.
In the under 17 section, +6?
+6 in the section where we are outrating our opponents. This is a absolute carnage. We can mathematically win. We have to literally win every single game tomorrow, and that would be 12 points for 24.5.
Yeah, okay.
A double caravana, if you will. Just absolutely brutal, as we see here. 3 losses in the under 17 section today, and only the world junior champion saving the draw in the under 4 section.
Wow. 14. So under the F14 is actually done, even if they win 4-0 tomorrow.
Under 14, we lost all 4 games. Double castle.
What a disaster.
Sad day for fans of U.S. youth chess. We've had so much to celebrate in the last few years, and this is like a wake-up call.
Right, we got the World Junior Championship. We were medaling in every World Youth. The world's come. They say, hey, it's not so easy. We're here too.
The party's not over yet. Maurice, what are your final thoughts?
Well, it just goes to show that the U.S. team may be tough, but definitely not going to dominate the rest of the planet. Even the old Soviet, Russian teams, that day is done for them as well. It probably is the case that no country can dominate the rest of the world in this spectacular game of ours, and the world is showing it. Will we ever get to that stage? I'm not even sure now that this is a great matchup to even want to think about, because it is very, very difficult to field such teams. But nevertheless, the world has shown their stuff today. They've just played so well in this competition. The score could have been even worse, in fact, as we have said. So all you got is tomorrow to try to bridge the gap, get some rating, get some pride back at least. They will come and hopefully fight to the death, and we will be here to bring you those games on the last day of the match of the Millennials.
Let's take a look at the schedule that we have for tomorrow. We've got an earlier start time because the final round's at 4 p.m. Here Central Standard Time. So 9 a.m. starting in St. Louis. That's going to be 10 a.m. over on the East Coast for those of you who are watching there. And you can also stay tuned for the closing ceremony directly after the conclusion of the final round. Usually it's about 4.5 hours. With 100-move games, it could stretch out to 5, and that's what we're going to see tomorrow. And as Maurice said, yes, we might not be able to win the match, but the United States can kind of win back some pride, play some beautiful games, play some of the games that you're expecting from these guys, and show, hey, if we had another week of games, maybe we could come back. If we had this match again, we could come back. That's what they need to prove tomorrow.
What I need is a week break to get over this disaster. I mean, and probably the players as well. They need to sit down and figure out what exactly happened in this week. It's almost unbelievable that every single player is underperforming.
Yeah, it is.
You got to blame the coach.
Well, I mean,
fire the coach,
I guess.
Well, I think Alexander Onishuk and Armin and Michael have quite a few victories under their belt. So
no, of course they do.
Just so many gold medals and wonderful results. Texas Tech has done well right out of the gate.
Yeah, seriously speaking, I mean, this is not one person's fault.
No.
Something happened that really needs fixing, and it's obvious that the psychological strength, as Hike was mentioning, played an important role. They came here as a team, and they emerged victorious. Let's just put it this way. They emerged victorious before the final day.
Yes, absolutely huge. And we have Salimova, who managed to win her game today. She's with Maurice.
Yes, Nurgul Salimova, who just was not very lucky in this competition, but finally able to win a game important for her. First of all, congratulations on the game today. Were you feeling, you must have been feeling badly with the first couple of games. How does it feel to win today to be able to contribute to the world team?
Дали се чувства много зле след първите две загуби и какво е чувството, че не сте спечелила накрая? Дали си доволна?
Ами, доволна съм от днеска. Чувства се много лошо след първите две партии, защото първата партия, може би поради моя грешка и поради грешка на съдията, че не знаех контролата. На втората партия пропуснах мат в два хода, така че бях отчаяна като цяло.
She is very happy to win today because she was pretty desperate to lose first two games, especially in this manner. You know about the first game with this time trouble, and then the second game making two moves. So yesterday she was feeling devastated. So I'm also happy for her because if she wouldn't won today, it would be dramatic.
Well, you did win today. This time you've had here, not counting the results from the first 2 days, have you enjoyed your visit to St. Louis? Are you happy to be a part of this experience?
Ето дали са доволна тук от пръстова си в Сент Луис, дали са доволна, че са част от този матч?
Ами, много съм щастлива, че съм тук, че играя в този матч. Това е наистина голяма чест. Да, голяма чест да играя в такъв матч. Условията са много добри. Като цяло се наслаждавам, ако не гледам играта.
She is very happy to be here because for her it's first time in the United States, and she is very happy to be part of this project and feeling proud. She is just not happy from her game, but otherwise everything is good.
Everything indeed is good. Well, congratulations on your win today, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys?
Well, there you have it. Even worse this could have been for the U.S. team, as Salimova could have easily won all three of her games. But let's take a look at the standings as we close out the show today. Well, we've got 23.5 points for the world, 12.5 for the U.S. team. So tomorrow we're just going to be waiting to see the type of chess that's on the board, if these personalities can show themselves, if the form of some of the U.S. team can come back. Don't forget, it's going to start at 9 a.m. Central, and that's 10 a.m. Eastern. We will see you guys tomorrow.